Let's see. Just the essentials, you know. Withers Big Naturals, Tired Flavor Town, Amazing Driderman, Clown Clone Jahira. The essentials. I think kill count is going to be a staple going forward. I just like having that. We get a 33% crash? We sure do. Baldur's Gate 3 doesn't like doing new things after having been open for a bit. Bear with me. Funny thing is, isn't one of Play's biggest goals to be remembered? I wouldn't say that at all. Sure, fighting alongside Orpheus and Voss would ever go down in legend among Gith. She'd still be one among thousands of Gith freedom fighters. Probably way less Gith that choose to live an adventure in favor of their own choice. Well, I mean, she would be Orpheus's explicitly chosen successor. Um, if assuming Squid Orpheus. So, like, she would definitely be above the rank and file in there, but I don't think recognition is something that she was ever after for its own sake. Maybe recognition by Vlaakith before finding the truth. Um, but no, I think she doesn't know what she wants. And her realizing that she doesn't know what she wants is a pretty big um, impetus for her finding out. Like our ending shows how she's still getting Yankee at heart, like she never really dramatically changed her views. Oh, that's not true at all. She completely changed her worldview. Like, there are core things that she shares with Githyanki culture, and that she does love battle. She loves to fight. But, like, beyond that, her view of the arts, her view of Faerun as a plane, her view of the value of companionship, camaraderie, self-determination, like, all of that is definitely different from every other Gith we see. She is her own person, if you allow her to be. Just did something Lord Voss away from his dragon, attacked him, he stood and fought. For how long, Hazel? And there's outside factors there. Breaking the trigger that makes him invulnerable requires some specific involvement, and then also breaking the trigger for him to leave requires different things too. He's dead. Uh, have you already been to Act 2 on this save? Larkin Trickster? Maybe, Irish. I was thinking about it. Thinking about it. So you went to the creche and Voss was still there. My understanding was they leave as soon as you enter the Mountain Pass map, but maybe there's a trigger later on in the map. Because the way we usually break Voss to get him to stay there when we want to fight him is by going to Act 2 without having been to the mountain pass, then going back, triggering the cutscene, then going to Act 2 and then coming back, and then that'll remove the thing for him going in Vault. Okay, so here are different run ideas that I'm thinking about. I haven't done a Gale run in a while. I don't know what I would do on a Gale run. So that would have to be determined. I haven't done an Astarion run in a minute. I haven't done a Dirge run in a minute. So I'm kind of leaning in those three directions. But in terms of rule set, maybe I still need to marinate on what could make the dungeon lock interesting, because I really want to be satisfied with that run. Kind of like how I put a lot of planning into Will A, Karlach B, and I was really happy with it. So I don't want to rush a rule set. I want it to be something I'm okay with and don't get burnt out on halfway through a run, you know? The only run that I ever left incomplete was Loot Randomizer. Just because I didn't care to finish it. I was bored. I do a solo wizard run? I've done many. Hey Megahedron, how are you? Any subclasses you've yet to play for wizard? I haven't played Illusion School or Conjuration School. Yeah, I haven't done those two. Will Dirge run? Maybe. That on its own isn't enough. As for patch 8 subclasses I haven't done runs for, I haven't done Glamour Bard. I believe that's the only one. I haven't really built around the Ghosts on Hexblade or the Shadowhounds on Shadow Sorcerer. I could do the Ghosts run, but like, that's a 6/6 multi-class and that's bleh. Very boring stuff there. Ever done a Astarion run where you can't go out during the day? I actually did, yeah. I used the script extender console to apply sunlight hypersensitivity to myself. I also had restricted myself so I couldn't enter places unless I was invited. You know, vampire rules. It was cool. Dirge pacifist run. Dirge doesn't really lend itself to that or against it because, like, Dirge impacts far less about the game than you'd likely believe. And I've done a pacifist run before. I did that as a duo with Mark the Power Hour. I don't really have too much interest in doing that again. Because by the end of that run, we were broken OP. Drunk in every fight. I did a run where I was playing a Shadowheart and I was drunk the entire game. That's on a loot-only run. Like I can't use vendors? Eh. That was, one of the restrictions in the so-called Ultimate Solo Honor rule set, and I find that rule set incredibly fucking boring. Not difficult, just uninteresting. Lore accurate Dirge? Who's who's lore? It's a multiple choice character. It's multiple interpretations. There's Dirge exclusive dialogue with the Oathbreaker Knight implying that Dirge was a paladin before. So, like, does that mean lore accurate Dirge is a paladin instead of the default Storm Sorcerer they give here? There's evil and good Dirge endings. I don't think there's a true Dirge or anything. About a bagel run, you're allowed to use every spell and consumable exactly once. I don't hate that. I don't hate that. A similar idea to Will A. Carlac be a Tale of Two Dirges, whatever non-essential character you kill in one route, you can in the other. What, like two Dirge runs linked up like that, Machete? I don't hate that. No immunity to anything, just be boring? Yeah. That's like, okay, I can't use freedom of movement. Alma Baldurin, protection from evil and good. Silence. Boots of Striding. Mighty Cloth. Helldusk Boots. Disintegrating Nightwalkers. Hoarfrost Boots. Spider Step Boots. Silver Sword. I can't get wet. Can't use poison res elixirs. Can't use fire res elixirs. Can't use lightning res elixirs. None of that's particularly impactful. Just annoying. Crit immunity count? Sure. Couldn't use crit immunity. I didn't have crit immunity on my no looting run. That was fun. Avatar cosplay, mimic team avatar in the party. Reinterpret that. I play solo exclusively, boom. So party comp stuff is not really applicable to me. It would just be like a no-hit. You would never give them a chance. Exactly, Manfred. Dirge Route 1, you kill Ethelyn Act 3, you have to skip her Act 3 fight in Dirge 2. Love gear, once you take it, you can't take it off. If you do, it gets destroyed. That's interesting, Carrion. Think I may try solo run soon? Do it. Don't be afraid of it, because resetting is a big part of learning. Alright, let's think of what gameplay I feel like what class I feel like playing. And then maybe work backwards to a rule set from there. I've been wanting to do an Evocation Wizard run, but considering I did min-maxed Ratbat and stuff like that, it would end up going in that direction eventually, and like I wanna let that settle for a bit. The Gale, you can only use explosions to attack. I've thought about that run, Deli. I've thought about that. A combination of mods, difficulty bumps make you want to do a party run? No. I know that's an uninteresting answer, but no. I don't think there is a combination that would get me to a point where I would require or even want to use a party. Fireball run for the memes? No thank you. Like anything with more spell usage, you tend to solve things differently most of the time. Found friendly Lich gameplay fun to watch the usage of spells I didn't think of. Yeah, I could stand to do more creative spell use than I have been as of late. I know Trade wants to do some heat metal stuff. And I'm sure he'll have his own take on that, but I haven't used that spell much lately, and I want to do that. So that means Bard or Druid. Think about that. If I go a Bard Druid split, I could be Nature Cleric Stars Druid and do a fire build I was thinking about. The idea would be Divine Strike Fire allows you to apply and then detonate Oil of Combustion with one attack. I'd have Heat Metal. In Act 3, we'd have Pyro Quickness Hat. The unfortunate thing is you can't get Divine Strike Fire and Sorcerer Meta Magic in the same build. I'd have to divide that up into 2 runs. Hellfire Great Axe time. I've used Hellfire Great Axe a lot. What else could I do that's fiery? Polar Master, Nature Cleric, hitting someone with a staff, applying like Oil of Combustion, react Divine Strike, detonated immediately. That sounds pretty cool. Heat Metal, I did mention that. There's also some Tempest Cleric stuff. Yeah, I know. Quag playing Tempest Cleric. There today, aren't we? Some Tempest Cleric stuff. So Black mentioned the idea of Leviatar Scourge with Pocket Sand from Swashbuckler, and then having Tempest Cleric knockback for a funny AoE knockback. And I wouldn't be doing that, but like the idea of doing more Tempest Cleric knockback bullshit, but with weird stuff, does sound funny to me. Alright, so I'm gonna start a poll. I've got enough ideas that I think I'll present you guys with some options here. Give me 1 second. Let's run to Heat Metal build. Tempest Cleric again. Hexblade Spectre build. Oh, what was the other one? Oh, I thought about Baylor mentioned that they were doing a druid monk with high wisdom, and it did get me thinking about how I kinda haven't played open hand with high wisdom in a bit, and I thought about doing that. Let's just put some kind of monk thing, and I got a slot for one more option. Start a poll. Yeah, I'm gonna pull your ripcord control. Let's go with this, and as usual, I'll allow additional votes with channel points, but I'm gonna make it expensive. Right, there we go. Here's the poll. Did Druid get on the list already? Limited options. But Heat Metal would be either Druid or Bard. So if you want Druid stuff, vote for Heat Metal. So, as a recap, the options are Heat Metal build, Tempest Cleric, again, Hexblade Spectre build, some kind of monk thing, or Dungeon Lock Luranda. We'll vote it accordingly. Yeah, I'm kind of leaning in that direction myself, but... Heat Metal's a funny spell. It's a very good spell. Something I have been mentioning lately is I like alternating build crafty or showcase oriented runs. I like alternating those with like sufficiently challenging ones. But a big thing about me is I am a stickler for I want difficulty to be something that actually makes me think. And I'm very picky about challenge run rule sets as such. So if I seem overly critical of certain run restrictions, it's because it wouldn't make me think. Um, I've got another minute or so. I were to go this way. Hmm. I just don't feel like playing Dirge much. Zero on the dungeon lock. Yeah, and that's why I made it a poll option, because I'm not quite satisfied with the rule set yet, and I've made that clear. Um, I want it to be something that both I want to do and y'all want to watch. Alright, Heat Metal build. Let's do that. Alright. Let's see. Solo honor. Now what do we call this? Slapping my meat run? No. A single gale? I've done that run. Metal detector. Heat metal Scarlag with a baton. Try to run where each level is a different class? Yes. Jack of all trades? I've done that. Hey machine, how you doing? Microwave run. Oh. 2D dude, you're a genius. We're calling it the microwave, and we're gonna be someone short. We're gonna be a dwarf. Beautiful. I forgot I want to do gold dwarf stuff. For HP. We can start Druid. Druid has a very comfortable early game. Do I want Shillelagh? Do this. Background here, I tend to like Outlander and Soldier. because athletics proficiency. But something Sincho mentioned is I tend to solve my problems through non-spells very frequently, so maybe I'll try to lean less on throwing people around this run. I'm still gonna do it, but maybe I'll do less of that. Like I said earlier, getting myself to play differently is how I keep doing runs. So Sage is real comfy for having inspos the entire time. Charlatan just gives good skills and has a good early game inspo route. Noble's very comfy, and getting persuasion proficiency is cool. I think maybe we do Noble. Yeah, I like Noble here. Alright, so here's the thing for, I gotta edit the build command. Thank you, Cranberry. Edit build heat metal some amount of self damage. Heat metal meaning druid and or bard. Self damage. I added the build command as the build takes shape throughout the run. So that's what we're going with. Later, because it has a sun and a compass. Heat metal. Alright, 16 dex as always, because, you know, that's smart. 16 strength as always, because that's smart. We're going 14 con, 12 riz. Here's the thing with heat metal. You don't want good spell save DC. You do not want it. You want it to be bad. You want them to succeed the saving throw. Because they keep holding the weapon if they succeed. If you have good spell save DC, then you're forced to target things that are wearing metal armor instead. So having low wisdom is, as usual, the correct play. Let's take perception. Suppose religion. I'm going Gold Dwarf here specifically for the extra HP. We're gonna be doing some self-damage at some point. My movement's not gonna be great, but I do get some extra proficiencies. Warhammer proficiency will be quite good. I get Dark Vision, and I get Poison Resistance. Let's randomize until we... Oh, hang on. Hold. Now we go edgelord mode. Does fire.
Where to next?
Let's hope the locals are friendly. Hells. Something just woke up down here.
It's opened. More of those wretched things.
Yeah, I'll go with this one. Sometimes randomizer really cooks. It really do. 100% Kaneki. Yeah. Yeah. Needs to be ginger. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I don't do character creator often. Normally I just take what the randomizer spits out. Team up with Guy Fieri this run. Tattoo needs to be black, you think? Sure. Sharpie playthrough, let's go. White hair is better on IMO? I kind of think so too, but maybe this will grow on me. Maybe we change it. Alright. We go there. Yeah, those are definitely the stats. Respecs allowed. So I don't need to go on like 17 strength or anything here. Considering going 16 con instead of 16 strength, but I like the jump distance and the carry weight. I'll have to get used to non-giant barb carry weight again, which is going to be a process. And am I sure about Noble? Also, I'm gonna kill Minthara this run for XP purposes, because I want to get good practice in on min-masking that spot. Alright, what's her name? May not be a big lady, she's certainly a stalwart lady. Hell yeah. Micro Malone? Nah. What else we got, chat? Microwave. Hey Nikki. Big Rouge. Wave of Micros. Karen. Dare you. Bodie McBoatface in the classic. Black and Decker. That's not bad. Gal Fieri. Ooh, Deli, that's good. Air Fryer. Fly. I kinda like Air Fryer. Air Fryer's doing it for me. Amber Heatstroke. And more. Yeah, I think we're going Air Fryer. Air Fryer. Alright, now give me a number. We randomize the Dream Guardian. And remember, we're nice to the squid, at least until Act 3, if the Guardian is hot. Metal in the microwave. Well, that's where the fire damage comes from. 12, 17, 8, 13, 21, 7, 13, 9, 9, 43, 6, 1. Hey, say 3, 29, 17. Any prime number will do. Is that why people say 7 all the time? That's probably why. How heated is the build gonna be? Spicy. -2, 8, 8. Alright, we see a few 8s. Let's go with 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I did not look. I did not see. But I will revel in the glory that is to come.
My head.
Alright.
First step is the hardest.
Stupid sexy air fryer. How's the run going, Say? I was watching you a little bit this morning. I was watching you fight Orin and trying to figure out the piercing growl thing. Gotta rest my eyes for a bit. See you soon. See you soon, Hollow.
We are here.
Please, remove us from this body, from this case, please.
Damage reduction's broken. Yep.
Apart from this strange context, you notice nothing unusual about the bone.
Never pictured myself rocking Act 3 fights at 25 AC before. Like I've been saying, like, why care about armor class when you could just be tanky enough that you don't care if things hit you? Answer Orin Cazador today? Ooh, I missed Answer and Cazador. How were those? I imagine very smooth. Did you do the usual Displacer Beast against Answer, or something different? Displacer Beast, but different spot. Nice. Got Fearfold. Whoa. That's a little scary. Displacer Beast, what do you do to ledge him? Displacer Beast's shape has evasion. Hazel. So, hey Black Dragon now. How are you? So that means you take half damage from even failed saving throws against Answer.
Never a dull moment.
And successful ones, you take 0.
Another trick up my sleeve. What to do? These boots have seen everything.
Cazador's not even a fight, to be honest. Damage reduction, Sunbeam Scroll, Universal Res Elixir. Sounds right. And I like a Sunbeam Scroll there, because you can route in a guaranteed one, because saving Omelum guarantees you a Sunbeam Scroll, right?
Time to strike.
Come on, can't stay idle.
We get there? I already forgot. Oh, Void Bolt. Okay.
May the gods take you first.
Victory awaits.
Is there a prior Dirge? Nope. I don't play Dirge often. Hey, Higgy Brit, how are you?
Still breathing, despite everything.
You proved surprisingly adequate in battle.
Let's have a look.
Now, to the helm.
Ship won't be able to take another dragon. We need to get out before it's too late.
Lost on Black is very stupid to no failed detect also on my run. Fucking around with Blacketh is a very common run ender for people newer to honor mode. I'm sorry to hear.
Mind flayer machinery. Better watch what I touch.
Never gave Sledboard Shield enough credit apparently. Thought it was slow to either lose 7 stacks. As long as you are not successfully taking direct damage that would have been reduced by the Sledboard while you're already at high stacks. The stacks don't even clear when you take successful damage. It's so good. And like, that item's less than 1,000 gold, and it's pretty immediate. It's just so good. Hey, Dave. Miss Brain? Nothing to report. Rolled a 20 on the DC 99 first roll. And we predictably one-shot the Brain.
What's inside?
Well, Power Saravok told me there'd be murder. He lied. Classic Saravok. Taking L's constantly.
A room. But for what?
Action, not fear.
What are you waiting? No!
The console hums to life, so then discomfort fades, and another sensation washes over you. Connection, a ship.
What now?
At last.
Yeah, from the 99. Yeah, I needed the nat 20.
Your
We were talking a bunch today about how, like, the Brain's HP just doesn't matter with how mechanically broken you can be for that encounter and what the encounter requires. Like, even if it had 2000 HP, it wouldn't matter. Like, 2000 HP wouldn't matter for one character. Maybe if you gave it, like, 4000, maybe that would matter. But then, like, what about having Orpheus there? What about having more players? It's just, mechanically, I don't think they can make the Brain a meaningful check when you have game knowledge.
Let me come with you.
I'm Air Fryer. Time to go.
Moving ahead.
Yes, I'm still too lazy for this.
I wonder what the next move is.
Looking ahead. Best be on my way.
I'm gonna bother getting XP here. I really, truly just don't feel like it. But I'm gonna. What I missed? Not too much, Date. Heard nat 20 and DC99 GG. Thanks. I one-shot it. It wasn't anything. Like, for context, in that run, we did 1,123 damage to Raphael in one attack. What was the Brain gonna do?
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times. I feel
We're near Kate.
October Tuesday.
now this will hurt. Have to keep going.
Quite I'm nervous about my runs. Not really. There are fights that I view more carefully than others. Like if I was fighting Daemalin in Act 3, for example, that's one I would prep more for. than I do for normal fights. Gortash, if I fight him at the Coronation with the Steel Watchers, that's one that I do more prep for as well.
A critical step. Onward.
No time to dally. This'll make things interesting.
Self-same trial. Self-same, I'm not nervous about, but I
No one's
do
done
have to
yet.
pay attention more than I have traditionally.
Do it. Connect.
We need to get out of here.
But if it starts jumping, then I'm gonna crash out. Oh, hey, I didn't enhance sleep myself. Got everybody but me.
Victory awaits. I will not know failure.
Survival is all that matters.
Light on my feet.
No, thank you for the 60 months. That's 5 years. Holy shit. Stomach settled down. Thank you very much, buddy.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Quack, quack, quack.
Am I downloading a watch for 7-hour flight? Ooh. Yeah, I got nothing. Head empty. Can't believe I forgot to enhance sleep myself. That's so silly.
I will ascend. Let my name be known.
I need to reach the transponder.
Mind Flayer's HP is an awkward place. Hit. That'll do it.
Never a dull moment.
Moving.
This ship hits the ground. We're dead. Let's see.
The helm's alien.
Your sacrifice Lae'zel. Lae'zel dying there's optimal. Not for XP, but for comfort. I don't like dealing with Demaze and Mesa, so...
As you wake, but it'll attack.
Because we got the Mind Flayer XP, we're already level 2.
With haste.
Still have 9 turns of Sanctuary. Honestly, it might be a strat to have Shadowheart Sanctuary you, and then just rush to the Grove 1 fight and use that Sanctuary. But I don't feel like doing that.
You're alive. We might have escaped, but we need each other.
Take hero.
Something the matter? If you're
The lot together. Come, our search begins. I will be.
What's in here?
Do I assign level 2 right away? I kinda want to. That'll be Longstrider.
Traps, please. Fresh water. There must be a settlement somewhere nearby.
Okay. Yeah, let's do it. So, I have options here. Spores would allow me Halo Spores, and that lets me, do a lot of action economy bullshit. Symbiotic Entity is also just really, really good. Stars gets me a lot of value on my bonus action. And then later on, Unbreakable Concentration. I mean, I get that as early as level 2, to be perfectly clear, but I don't know if that's something I care about until later. I think we're going Spores. I was watching your VODs yesterday and noticed you putting items into bags in the merchant's inventory. Didn't quite catch why. Oh, yeah, as was explained. Thank you, chatters. Stops items from being refreshed. Hey, Kamara, thank you so much for the 40 months. Always appreciate you. Thank you very much. Spores is getting radioactive. It fits. Radioactive? Radioactive?
She's just a girl and she's on
Whoa.
fire. There you go, Quag.
Does it also stop the vendor from using those items? Yes.
Wish I had a bag of holding. Breathe quiet.
That, as of patch 8, female dwarves no longer have halfling size. So I will have to disguise the Dodge Fury of the Small if that's something I care about. I don't think it's something I care about.
Time to press ahead.
Pop that strength elixir right away. Jump potion in there is wild, actually. I wonder if I can do that short. Okay. Hey, so.
With that room, looks unstable somehow.
I missed the finale? Yeah, we finished about 40 minutes into the stream, something like that. Or we went to the finale about 40 minutes in.
There! A mind flayer! And it's hurt! What's that monster? Death is too good for it. So that's progress?
Nightbot says save, I should do that. I updated my title, right? It's showing the microwave. I did, thank you.
Hurry, there, in the grass, there.
Just a dumb boy.
Don't
You
and to think. My name's please tell me you at least. Although it all. Need something? Oh, what's to tell? Oh,
The microwave? The appliance?
Despite everything,
Secret boar healing powers.
nice view.
Nature failed. Ah, I rolled a 1. Come back later.
Maybe I should.
I always forget to
This is
grab
good.
those anyway. It makes me laugh that the boars were 3 times as much as Marina. Yeah, some, the civilians that turned into mind flayers in Act 3, they're still worth 1 XP as mind flayers. Like, oh, okay. Sure.
I hear shouting.
Black into hash or die. 27 HP. I should disguise, but I want to look at my character.
Never believe this.
Or base wipe my dashes. I gotta stop doing that. Rolled good initiative though. Hey, Nico. Never seen Aridin do that. Well, you could have just cast, brother. He could have just cast. Alright. Rodin last one turn. Yeah. Never lucky. Zevlor getting hit there is optimal, but never happens. Throw damage is pretty good. Yeah, I hurt myself today. He whiffed it into terrain? That's a first. I'm impressed. I should have blown for Barth's sake, but let's see. Barth still has his potion? Only 70% to hit. Aridin's AC is decent.
Seems simple enough.
Get a candle. If I'd gotten a candle, a dip, and then switching to using the bow, is probably the correct play. There goes Aridin. And now the focus shifts from keeping them alive to making sure that I snipe the kill on Barth and Ramir. Trying to get most people killed in this fight. We're explicitly trying to get Will killed. Ideally, Barth and Aridin survive, and I kill Rhaenyra during the fight. But if Aridin dies, then I want Barth and Rhaenyra to also die.
Alright, time to scope about.
And the reason we want Will to die here is so that he doesn't walk through an exploration XP spot here before we recruit him. We can revive him. And we will. We will? Huh? Huh? If I try to snipe this kill on Barth, I'm in a position where they probably throw daggers at me.
And away I go.
Sniper Mira. I could put my speed pot down Halo Spores to pop it and then throw again. I still have my bonus action. I could just drink it and throw again. But I don't think that's a good use of that.
What path lies before me?
Barth weaving. There's the Hellish Rebuke. That's why Zevlor getting hit is good. First person who hits him has their day ruined. Daggers.
Don't want to draw any attention.
Yeah, Spore Druid is insanely comfy this early. Great action economy, great tank, great damage, great mobility. Too far. There's my dagger back, though. Did a test the other day and Zakrug kept missing Rhaenyra. For once she didn't miss much and took him low enough for Zelda to finish him off. That one Booyah got a crit off earlier. Found out how hard Hellish Rebuke hits. Yeah.
Hope this ends well.
How many Mambos will we get this run? Perhaps several. Maybe several Mambos.
I'll strike you down.
A handful? Yeah, a handful of Mambos. That's good. These goblin archers are hard-coded to just attack the door at this point in the fight. There's no risk. As long as I don't make myself a substantially better target than the door, they're just going to shoot the door.
Something's on my mind.
Cannon?
Aaron, thank you for your...
I'm air
This
fryer.
attack will only strengthen their resolve. We can't stay. Perhaps you could persuade... You'll...
Should mind my step.
Your girl finds you on the counter and you claim it wasn't you. Can you still get to Mambo number 5? Roll deception.
Open up. Out of sight, out of mind. Should mind my step.
Rolls a 5. Alright, girlfriend looks you in the eye. Grabs the fire hatchet off the wall. And yells in a rage. That's the shaggy defense, you bastard. Roll initiative. I'm in this too. Okay, on whose side of the combat will you be joining, Danny? I'm gonna let you get a surprise round since no one knew you were there. Because that was in fact you in the shower. And this with the girlfriend? Okay, okay. Now she is starting the combat already raging. So she's not gonna be casting spells or anything.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
I'm a Gloom Assassin, so Miko will be dead before anyone else can take a turn. Sorry, I mean her. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh.
That might be worth a look.
Early vigilance is saucy. Rolling to attack. Roll a 12. Nico's currently naked, so a 12 hits. As you mentioned, he has a +0 for his dex modifier, so you only need a 10 to hit.
I need a little extra edge.
Lucky 13. Okay, Superman also hits. Anyone else rolling to attack Nico? I'm a Duplication Wizard. I cast Fireball centered on Nico. DC 13 saving throw. Alright, Herc also hits. Oh, Gideon's tab rolled a 1. Sorry. Nico is very slippery, so your attack just kind of bounced off the sweat. Have my headset off roll anyway. That's a hit. Oh, looks like Irish also misses. Okay, action surge. Okay, roll again. Oh, sorry, 4 is a miss. You got distracted by just getting an eye full. Again, Nico was caught on the counter and failed to use the Shaggy defense. So you're just getting an eye full and you miss. You couldn't focus.
The bag lies within the crack. You stash.
Oh, Sora rolled a 6. Sorry, that's also a miss. Unrelated, how big is the room? Didn't ask. Cast Fireball. Right, DMing a side quest live on stream. Can't hit the table, can't hit the person. Self-damage? Yeah, self-damage. There will likely be explosions that I will be, standing in. There's a chance we end up taking enough rogue or monk levels to pick up evasion. There's a chance we take evocation wizard to turn off self-damage on evo spells. All sorts of directions we could go here. So side quest more of an ambush. Okay, so I'm using the Ascendant Dragon's Wrath Longbow, which has +3 bonus to attacks, 3d6 extra damage of the dragon's type. I'm a Brass Dragonborn. Once per day, the wielder can unleash the bow's full power, healing and devastating 12d6 damage in a massive cone, so I'm just going to do that. Okay, and, you know, considering you were so stealthy, I'm going to give you an inspiration for this. Well done. Any daggers still inside Nico? Yes. So what do you want to do? Cast heat metal? Okay, okay. Nico, if you're still alive, I'm gonna need you to roll a con save.
Well, is there any? But you'll need to be quick. The ritual will be complete before.
Oh, we get 50 attitude there and for free because we are a druid. Ooh, that's a 15. So you are still holding the metal object. You're gonna. I'm gonna need you to roll damage, David. You're gonna take half of that, but you are still holding the. Let's say you grabbed a knife from the butcher block on the counter as soon as these people started attacking you. So you still got that at least, but you're gonna have disadvantage with attack rolls with it. Rolling 8d6 in D&D Beyond right now. Did Nico save against Fireball? I'm gonna need a dex save from Nico as well. DM session. This is all because bro didn't roll well enough to establish the Shaggy defense. We'd likely end up taking Sorcerer in here, because I want meta magic. Being able to do like Quicken Spell, Destroy Water here is probably fun for Arsonist Oil stuff. I still have very little direction for where a lot of this is going, so this will be fun figuring out on the fly. Low roll, 19 fire damage.
Help!
Oh, yell louder.
That's fine too.
Thank.
If we left, we could at least make a run for it.
Unfortunate. Pop that eventually anyway.
Another one. And I cannot even eat it. Sometimes.
Keep your feet planted.
He stares right past you when you.
Can't give up
That
now.
table's
Fair touch scroll there is interesting. Did 50 core damage on my first attack. Is my Dread Amateur so still have 2 more? Is Nico still alive? No. No. I killed the dying with it yet? Yes.
Anything of use?
You potion speed? Yes. Think so. Scrolling. Yeah. Caustic Bulb and Potion of Speed. Gotta replace the upper valve gaskets, which are leaking. Got the intake manifold and throttle body out of the way. Just gotta chill for a little. You can throttle my body? Yeah, we'll go with that. Anytime, buddy. Hell yeah.
Where are my boots?
Oh yeah, who we romancing this run? Do we think, chat? That was Will last run. Who we thinking this time?
Is this monster with you?
The locals. The tiefling was.
Interesting.
Look who's here. Step. I need to be ready for a fight, but I'm useless with a sword.
Lae'zel, Shart. Probably like to be thematic with the heat thing. That
You
would be
really
thematic.
know what you- But I'll keep at. Oh yes.
The library was the gift. Yet we still collect. It is imperative we locate your book, or then you have ceased to exist. The first symptom. Fine. Are you sure?
You have the most appreciation for air prior. Blacketh Path Lae'zel. Ugh. Astarion. Hey Anna, how are you? What is Shart wearing? Druid clothes. Microwave cause short too. Yeah, and so.
Die if I met heroic and reeking of this place. I'll never get this.
Remember, you have teeth and claws. Use them.
turn into a halfling here.
Best to fill your belly now.
That'll bucket.
If you're a halfling, you get 2.
Auntie Ethel will. You take a sup. I'm sorry to go on about it. What is it, Petal? I've never put you. No, do you need? Hey, bother. Be.
Trader has no problem.
Don't be grumpy, Roland.
I think I'd make a fine teacher.
I am not
Or a baker.
grumpy.
Or a butcher.
Butcher? Really? You're an idiot.
Blood excites me.
Right.
Doesn't taste half bad.
Or after reading the Grove's Druid, if you apart cleansing the Grove. Now, Minthara's gonna die this run, like how David said. I want to practice Act 2 XP routing, and Minthara gotta be dead for the version of that I plan on doing. In the long run, Minthara being alive is more XP if you were doing a multiplayer game. Or a multi-tav single-player game. But I'm not doing that this run.
We're exposed now.
I think my selection's pretty slim. I had to leave most of my equipment in Elturel.
Like that. Can I afford to get Attitude with Damon? Right now. Wait.
Hell's take me.
I don't need to steal the armor right now.
Tools.
I'm a druid, I speak with animals, I can save Arabella whenever. That's free. Let's go do that.
Not as bad as it could have. I have a lot on my mind. And, well, in it.
Watching his hands, you realize he's miming opening something. He nods, then
Haven't got the early game Mattis XP in a while. Just don't feel like getting robbed.
Last room.
We need. I'd sooner trek through the 9.
Now Arabella's being judged.
Yes, I see. And is that her? You get back, Druid. What? You.
Never mind.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
What? I will imprison the devil. And I will you yet but wrath and keep calm. Do it.
And you call.
Sit out. Halcyon is.
Druid privilege.
Go on. Say it. No matter. The Viper. You. This tale.
Seems simple enough.
Hey, Snack, could you not? Yeah. It tells you to fuck off if you're not a druid. If you are, it's like, oh yeah. You know, good point. Didn't lose it, Quag.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Book about Gond.
Moving in.
I see you. There. Now, you found her. You seem a tadpole. Come.
What class
We need
options
to
are
be
so
quick.
chill? Yeah.
This way.
Circle of Spores, Ranger as a whole. Eldritch Knight, Arcane Trickster. They're very comfy classes. Just kind of do whatever you need them to do the entire
This
game.
one tadpole crawled out of his head soon after. I'm all right. Of course. Now, nothing?
Nothing.
Give me your arm, please. Be careful. I'm truly. But first, this must because you should not whatever. If you good, take it one step at a time.
There's something in that vessel. Take a closer
First time on
look.
Paladin's Amazing Fun Night, you'd say I'm a Paladin, lol, bypass so many checks. Not that many. Actually, I can't think of any. But there's a lot of class-flavored dialogue options, where you'll have a reduced difficulty class based on the relevance of your class, or you'll be able to roll with a stat that isn't normally applicable. So it's worth noting that charisma isn't always your talkie-talkie stat, because often those class options are not charisma. Yeah, Barbarian has a lot of dialogue options.
Very well.
If I remember correctly, Berserker is the subclass that just has the most dialogue of, like, any subclass in the game. Did I have that correct? Someone crunch the numbers on that. You said they have no subclass features. I guess that's the subclass feature, huh? You really tried. Get advantage on various check saves too, like how it gets specific enough to give clerics different options based off the alignment of their god. To the point where there is a meaningful, tangible difference, and in general, when playing a cleric, it is more beneficial to be a cleric of an evil deity, because there's more beneficial stuff for evil clerics. Though that is not uniform, it trends heavily in that direction.
People up ahead. Something's wrong.
A strange symbol. The injured man locks your.
Do you have orders for us?
But instead of... We managed... I told Edward not to look in that cave.
True soul? Absolute.
Strange pattern. Why let its host's memory?
They need to. Vile parasites.
No one
will ever believe this.
I guess this is a run where I could do the early Oathbreaker thing too, because I'll probably never up Paladin levels. Meh.
Something good here, I hope. Dead goblins. Dead travelers.
Flame is fierce roll. That's useful.
Ugh, fresh goblin stench. They're close.
Get over there! Surround him like! Apologies! Move it!
Hey Kasuga, how are you?
I'll take that.
XP optimization that I always try to make sure I bring up here. Don't read the book right away. You want to go downstairs without reading the book, then come back upstairs, read the book, then go back downstairs, then come back upstairs. If it sounds like I'm full of shit, here's why I'm not. No XP. $15 XP. 15 more XP. If you do not do those things in that order, you miss out on 15 XP. Ooh, invis there is nice.
Something over. Can't give up now. If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Alright, you can leave back one if you go for just max XP. About halfway through level 7, towards level 8.
Need to find a way forward.
That's without including use of Gek Coal. If Gek Coal is available, then you could be level 12. But it would take a very long time to do without leaving Act 1.
Always room for more. I need a quick word.
Keep moving, stranger. I told you to go. What are you doing? Get back. Stay back.
You see a name.
Still, of course he will. No. If it
Probably be some real South Park WoW episode stuff, huh? Yeah. Like, non-region traveling coal mining is absurd. Region travel coal mining is slow, but feasible. Did a bunch of that in the previous run. Specifically so that we were level 12 for Merkel. But yeah, doing it without being able to increase each zombie's XP from 3 to 20 would make it take probably like a week plus of grinding on stream.
Better be cautious.
Bolo ring? That costs money. I don't need that yet. Yes, there are places where I could steal from him, but not there yet.
What path lies before me?
Mentioned spores are good for action economy. How so? Halo spores costs a reaction, and it is a reaction you can choose to use rather proactively rather than reactively, and you can destroy objects with it too. So, like, for example, see, there's nothing stopping you from doing that on an alchemist fire, a smoke powder bomb, a potion of speed. Something you normally would struggle to do with a reaction point.
Sabotage.
How you doing, Roland?
Never a dull moment.
Good, how about myself?
Whoever
I'm
killed
doing okay
those
today.
gnolls might be nearby. Careful.
Still very indecisive about precisely what I'll be doing this run. I know I'll be using the heat metal spell and doing fire stuff in general, but there's lots of ways I could be doing that. Maybe this ends up being the rare 6 levels of Draconic Bloodline Sorcerer. Maybe. I don't hate the idea.
Need any supplies? We've fewer mouths to feed now.
Could buy a Colossus Elixir to become the Macro Wave. No bombs from Cyril is a shame. Just a shame. Spreading spores, can you do that to a bunch of potions with one bonus action? I don't think spreading spores destroys objects. But even if it did, that's not really any more unique than using an offhand crossbow shot to do that. Something everyone can do. Ooh, I tried it.
Oh, that stench. body must have been here a good while. What's that?
Chronic Sorcerer is one of the sorcerer classes you have to try. It looks a ton of fun. I mean, it's not mechanically interesting at all. You get built-in mage armor, you get slightly more HP than the other sorcerers, and you get a damage bonus to a spell type. Limited selection, and also the way that damage bonus applies is not as favorable as higher level versions. So, something that a lot of you have probably seen is the suggestion of Draconic Bloodline Sorcerer picking any fire bloodline for Scorching Ray builds. And that's generally a recommendation by people who are unaware that it's mechanically different from Empowered Evocation over on Evocation Wizard. Empowered Evocation is just like riftly better, comparing the abilities. Sure, it's a level 6 versus a level 10 feature, so that's why. And obviously it's picky about spells, slightly, I was going to say more picky, but differently picky than Draconic Bloodline. It cares about spell school rather than damage type. But you can't get Heat Metal and a Powered Evo, even if Heat Metal was an Evo spell, which it isn't.
There's a pressure plate in the
So,
chair.
in the interest of boosting Heat Metal, I could go Draconic Bloodline here. Maybe.
Step carefully. There's a trap. More for me.
But yeah, my other gripes with Draconic Bloodline is just, it doesn't provide anything mechanically interesting. Like, contrast Shadow Sorcerer, which the whole Eyes of the Dark gameplay loop is interesting. Storm Sorcerer, where Heart of the Storm is a really, really cool damage dealing ability that you can also scale very high. Shadow Sorcerer also has Nimbus. Wild Magic has Bend Luck, allowing it to be the most proficient skill check abuser in the game. But then for some players, they also like the novelty of the actual Wild Magic surges. Draconic Bloodline is just kind of boring. Doesn't have any sauce, doesn't have any spice. But it's possible we end up taking that at level 9. We'll see.
No hesitation. Looks like a saloon.
The reason why I'm still level 2 rather than assigning level 3 is because taking level 2 is already something I didn't necessarily want to do, but I just wanted a little bit more HP buffer. It'll only cost me 500 gold to max out Attitude with Fenders at this level. Be 600 if I go to level 3. Draconic can get Armor of Agathis, which I think is neat. Yeah, if you were trying to get, if you're trying to keep your full caster progression and pick up Armor of Agathis, throwing a level at Draconic Bloodline and picking White Dragon does allow you to get Armor of Agathis, and that's nice. If you're talking just going a 1 level dip and you're not concerned about your overall caster progression, well, all Warlocks can get it, and that's generally more valuable. But if you're doing something where you needed to make sure you hit a certain spell level at a certain point, then yeah, Draconic Bloodline's relevant for that. You could also get it with 6 levels of Lore Bard, but obviously that's 6 levels. Get it with 10 levels of any Bard. But 1 is a decent bout for that.
Weapon blueprints. They call for Susa bark. There's only one place I'm finding the Susa tree. The Underdark.
Just a quick level 10 dip and Bard, just a quick dip, yeah.
Anything of use? Look at that.
Like my quick little 11 dip in EK Fighter. Yeah. Just a small Eldritch Knight dip. Just 11 levels to get you started. Still didn't look to Quag, let me go do that. You can miss out on Gloves of Power if you long rest before looting that corpse. Where did he die? With the best Paladin build, 12 level dip and Hexblade. I mean, I think the best Paladin build, you're looking at either a 9 level dip into Barbarian or a 10 level dip into Wizard, right? Talking best as in raw damage.
I don't need any attention right now.
Best Paladin build, the Dead Paladin. I mean, I guess if you spec the Gale as a Paladin and then used his corpse for the Necrotic Aura, yeah, that'd be better.
Feast fit for an ogre. You notice a peculiar dagger protruding from the tough, leathery meat. The dagger is tightly embedded in...
It's tightly embedded, chat.
Dagger still juts from the meat. The dagger is tightly embedded.
But I'm not kidding. Like, Gale Corpse builds are a thing.
Juts from the meat.
For example, if you get Gale 6 levels of Death Cleric, his Necrosis Aura will ignore Necrotic Resistance. Because he does.
If you align the dagger... Thanks.
How much farther can I go?
Explain double bombing to the uninitiated. Somehow managed to deal up to 200 damage to Saravox bodyguards that are blown up one drop smoke powder bomb ice storm. Sure. So smoke powder bombs will explode once for each death event. So you using ice storm there Ice Storm is 2 instances of damage. You had Callous Glow, then that was also causing additional death events because of the way the game handles that. So basically for each time the bomb dies, it explodes again. So using Ice Storm on a bomb is a good way of getting it to blow up a bunch. Same with using any multi-instance spell. Flame Strike could do that. That's another 2-instance one. Throwing it is the most straightforward way to explain it, because it'll do its intended activation. But then also, you threw it. So if you were high enough, it's going to take fall damage, and then die from that. If you threw it into a surface that would kill it, that's also going to kill it. If there was a cloud that would kill it right above the surface so that the bomb had time to get killed by the cloud, but then still touch the surface, well, it'll still die from the cloud, the surface, the fall damage, and then the actual intended throw. And then also, if you have lightning charges, that'll kill it again. If you have Callous Glow, that'll kill it again. You can get single smoke powder bombs to blow up for hundreds of damage. Quite good. Decided I don't want to go this way. You're welcome.
Huh. Haven't seen that game in years.
I turned into a drow again. $552 XP into the level? Yeah. So we're that far off level 4.
We'll need a cover story.
Shavo!
I should speak up.
Your, excelness?
So Ansel discovered that this guy, his Wargfang replenishes. So I'm gonna try buying it from him every level up, and putting the gold from the transaction in a backpack, so that that gold will pile up, and then we'll see if that drops when I kill him. Wargfangs are used for crafting elixirs of bloodlust, which is one of the most desirable in the game.
Voices your vision cloud, then the vision my power.
Sounds like they've captured themselves a bard.
Wait!
15 XP for that
Welcome,
combo.
your greatness. I've got some good stuff if you're looking to buy.
Pharmacy shoes, just because they're dirt cheap. We'll want to buy gloves of archery later.
Well, sound easy.
Do the big wager. If you have speak with animals here, you can just tell the chicken to go through the posts. If you're a drow, you don't have to roll to get Krolla to pay out. Hey, Darkspect.
Free?
Well,
As the symbol glows,
Also, as a drow, you can tell Pants Guy to give you the poetry.
Greetings, your most excellent. Proper stylish, eh? Had a couple of coins in the pocket.
as the symbol glows,
He's gonna say a thing, right? He's gonna say a thing. Get ready, get ready. Hold. Hold. Not that. Say the other thing.
I'll be a
Big old boy. Incredible. Cinema. He just took a piss off Cliff 100%. Oh yeah, part of his idols. Ooh, smoke powder bomb. His idols, their control include pissing over the cliff, puking over the cliff, occasionally going yeah. All things I do when I've been drinking.
Step carefully. There's a trap.
Right tool will do the trick.
When you drink, you look for cliffs to puke off of. That's correct.
So, I'm shooting arrows at his head. Then this other guy.
Soft fellow whisper.
Looks like the booze got the better of them. They're practically unconscious.
Don't waste a step. Bet I can crack that open. Time to press ahead. Alright, what now? Seems like a good moment to talk.
Chicken okay? Yeah, I think so. The normal chicken silhouette.
Let's see what this does.
Bloody racket. Oh, come on now. There's a
As the symbol
Grease
glows,
odd chicken.
power.
Get in your sheep. Bloody racket.
Priestess gut needs to touch you too. Hold out your arm so I can mark your flesh. You ready? Brace your...
As the vision dissolves away.
So maybe I could help with the...
Souls are infected like us.
Hey, Pigeon Blunt.
Why do they think they're talking to a god?
That already...
You recognize the crest she bear.
Well, no judgment, no right and wrong, just good deals and bad. That a problem for you?
499. Take bow of awareness. Profitable. You good? Yeah, I'm good. Hope you are too.
Pleasure.
Pathfinder's brutal when it comes to long resting. Not only am I on a time limit, party with -6 strength penalty for exhaustion. Long resting? Ugh. Can you imagine? Maybe that's a restriction I could put when I finally do dungeon luck. Forced rests. I find forcing myself to rest to be more restrictive than forcing myself not to rest.
Not as bad as it could have. Just out of view. Oh, my hand slipped.
Priestess is slain. The Horde is weaker for it.
Bet that will fit in my pack. Light on my
Alright,
feet.
Quag, what is long rest? I'm playing Eldritch Knight right now. What is that? Oh, it's something the worst classes have to do sometimes.
Can't risk being in open view.
As the superior class, you don't have to worry about it.
That might be worth a look.
What's up?
What's that?
What else? Guess I'll sneak past Palma for now. Necromite skeleported Merkel out of his pit.
At the ready.
Oh, I never thought about that being a possibility. That's funny. I haven't played with Falcranazon in a while. I've long rested 3 times right now. My full party auto mode playthrough just at level 4. It's the kind of thing where if you're used to it, it's a part of your gameplay. But as soon as you remove it from how you consume the game, it's like, okay, why would I ever need to do this again?
Still alive, so that's progress.
Usually it's for, like, story progression purposes.
It's a friendly looking shadow. These boots have seen everything.
Skeleporting? It's a spell from a mod. Now that I think about it, I don't think I've ever seen you do any spellcaster builds that need resting. It's because I'm not inefficient with my resources to the point where I need to long rest. Spellcasters do not need to long rest any more than anyone else does, unless you have no self-control with your resources. In fact, I would say certain martial classes are way more heavily biased towards long rest spam than casters are.
Never wanted the easy path.
Like a battle master, for example, you're resting way more than a well-structured caster would have to.
Be turned.
These things have stayed interesting.
It's definitely my game knowledge. Dog should set up fights properly, just barreling into things. I mean, you're putting yourself down a little more than I think you need to, repeat. Like, you having that level of awareness indicates to me that it's less of an issue than you think it is. You have the capacity, I'm sure. If I had to swing a giant greatsword 10 times in a row every turn for several encounters, I'd want sleep too. Shit's exhausting. Fair point. Hey, trade. Thanks for the raid. How'd stream go? Everybody follow trade. Do it. Do it right now. I'm doing some kind of heat metal self-damage shit. Not like the heat metal tech. I'll probably do some amount of the pyro quickness thing. But I was also messing around with off stream yesterday. I confirmed that Searing Blood does let you self-apply oil of combustion, so maybe at some point we end up doing Nature Cleric, like Divine Strike Fire as a reaction off of Searing Blood when you have oil of combustion on. Basically, you put the oil on the enemy and on you, and then you blow it up with Divine Strike, which also blows up yours. I was thinking about doing something like that, maybe. But I'm doing some sort of, there's gotta be fire stuff here.
Out of sight, out of mind. Be cautious.
It's a little early there. Oh, I missed. Rip that XP. 75 XP gone. I guess I missed. Didn't realize.
Might be useful.
Spaced out. Wasn't 100% on my vision for the character, so Gale's getting spooky. Nice. Trade's doing the ghosts run. I was trying to decide on run concepts too, and that was one of the options. You're doing full on the 6-6 split and stuff.
That might be worth a look.
The Forbidden 6-6, nice. So for those who might not know,
Come on, open up.
Shadow Sorcerer's level 6 feature and Hexblade Warlock's level 6 feature interact with each other. Beyond, like, oh, they do some things that work well together. I mean, they literally give each other more features. It's very unique. So, like, your level 6 Hexblade feature, the ghosts, those ghosts are capable of doing some of the things that you get from having the level 6 Shadow Sorcerer feature, and vice versa. So you end up being able to set them up to do really cool things. I don't know of any other class interaction in the game that works like that. So in most cases, Sorlock, that being Sorcerer and Warlock, is far worse of a class combination than people would have you believe. In this particular instance, this flavor of Sorlock actually has unique features. So if you want to see that kind of run, that's what Trade's doing over on his channel.
Let's see.
Did also confirm one of Ansel's finding where Sentinel Olak restocks Wargfang. Yeah, I bought it from him on this rest, and I gave him a backpack with the money that I spent on it. And I'm gonna try just every level where I happen to go talk to him. I'm gonna keep restocking that and putting the money in the bag for when I eventually kill him.
What the? Stuff is everywhere.
Oh, And yeah, I went Gold Dwarf here for more HP. I figure I'll have fire resist from gear most of the game anyway. I don't need to be Tiefling or anything.
A slender drow blade impales the stone before you, keeping a silent vigil. No matter how you grip or tug, the sword remains
Look how tiny
firmly
she is.
lodged in the stone.
Warlock definitely sounds like something that would work till you realize you're getting none of the Warlock high-level
Can't
features.
recall anything this.
Yeah, you are neither getting your Warlock high-level features, nor are you getting your high-level spell slots from either class. And you are also most likely having fewer feats. Unless you do an 8-4 split, which there's no real merit to doing an 8-4 other than you still manage to have 3 feats.
Can't risk being in open view.
They're coming. They're coming. You're coming.
One of the many things that's popular in D&D, so people think that applies here too. Yeah, but Westbard.
Softer than a whisper.
Ahoy, Captain.
Mask and torch stalks. Hell of a combination. Get confused by one, blown up by the other. If not over, then through.
You are the quiet. You see.
State your purpose.
Then
And
the
the
pussy.
What's inside?
Somewhere in the distance here, Floric and Raphael say come.
What's up for discussion?
This
Or perhaps not. Your mind is far more complex than that of the fungi.
It's not that much more complex, Blurk. I think 2,000 gold at this point is pretty nice. Certainly won't complain about that. Don't have Trident proficiency, which is a shame. Maybe I'll pick that up somehow. I don't know. I can't even. Why'd the camera crop out Air's face and just zoom on the chest? Cameraman's trying to do some fan service for y'all. Probably some packed sickle things too. Nice.
Don't.
I don't know if the extended spell heat metal thing came up the other day. Not that specifically, but that'll happen. Yeah.
Quag. Why are you helping me? No, Carl's. I got away, but not the others.
What is the creature doing to...
sov have the sov the sov
I sense your resolve.
and it the
You do the circle.
You do the circle. Really like that beanie? Really like you. You fucked idiot.
Balin, where are you? Seems that you see a fella on his own on your way in. Dwarf. Balin.
Got him. Oh, I forgot to get the attitude first. Fine.
Reach into memory. But I have heard the song.
Rank run's finished. Ooh, nice. Congrats. How'd that go? How'd the rankings end up looking? Oath of Rage finish or die? It finished Proto Blues. We only had, like, the only combats we had left. We did Leroican. He got one shot. And we did the Brain, which also got one shot. That was it. Got S and everything except tactics, tadpoles, and inspo. Tactics was 0.68, so very close to the end. Ooh, what happened with tadpoles? Which ones do you end up missing?
Silence.
Did you use that? Thank you.
What to do?
Eat.
Can't slow down.
Yeah, come. I'm gonna try getting the Adamantine Forge quest before going to Grimforge, because that should be a little XP positive. Another micro optimization. Regular doors fine for this? I'm not actually sure.
Looks abandoned.
No, not long rest.
Time to get going.
I have attitude with everyone I want to. I can assign levels now. Didn't get near gift the absolute, which I should have submitted by one. Gotcha.
Shouldn't we wish to live in more interesting times?
I don't do this. Region lock deletes 2, so I don't have as much of a buffer as I thought. Yeah, region lock deletes Steel Watch and Iron Throne ones. And you had to save Minthara rather than killing her. So you lost that one too. The other one that's gone. Druid level 3 gets us heat metal.
I have something to ask.
I'm still looking
Guy
to
in the
shift
mob
some
turned
supplies.
Cavolo. Right. He's
Don't
not
have
there
much
in
to
region
spare.
lock. Right.
That's more than we can carry.
village if seeded properly. Welcome back. I do enjoy
I'm thinking about
bargain. If anything in my
what if
private
for
collection is to your
next run
liking.
I do exhaustion rules. I want something that gets me consuming the game meaningfully differently to put on top of Dungeon Lock. Because I'm still not satisfied with that rule set yet. It's not enough on its own. We're gonna buy the center shoes. I have no need to buy Mel's first staff right now, but I'll do it anyway. Is Victoria eventually going to be part of the build? If I end up taking Rogue for Uncanny Dodge, yeah, we could reasonably make Victoria part of the build, yeah. Maybe. It's a good idea. Those boots.
Welcome back.
Those very particular boots.
Good bargain. If anything in my private collection is to your liking.
What are the parameters under which they'll work again, trade? For both my benefit and chat's?
Very well.
Hey, Clark.
So many minds connected.
No time to rest.
Main action burns. Also object count sometimes. Yeah. You know what I wish we had? I wish we had Roland's Fireball. That'd be so fucking cool.
More goblins. What's next?
Need anything else? Just some bits and bobs I no longer need?
How about this? Oh, I don't know, man.
So
Best spell in BG3 is the Rat Bat.
Mike, you saved Arabella from the druids.
Yeah.
Don't know what those bastards would have done. And we're happy. I want to steal that. Anything else? You've been...
Praise be. Do negative charisma bard, you can actually kill yourself with negative healing. That's funny.
Hello, Petal. Need anything? Any lotions or potions?
Please lotion me up, Auntie.
Nay.
Trader appears encouraged.
How long until Roland shows off his thunder wave?
There's a couple tieflings I could toss here. Could go save Balin. I'll lockpick this.
Can't keep me out.
I have Smuggler's Ring. I should have cooked up. Thinking about other routing stuff. This is definitely a Minthara dice run. I'm really not sure what we end up crafting, Grimforge.
Watch how you go.
Probably gonna have to be the shield.
This place wasn't built for the living. Watch how you go. There's a trap.
I wanted to see if I could survive that. Intrusive thoughts, man.
Be cautious.
I almost didn't. Yeah, 12 damage. I thought it was, I don't know why I thought it was 8 damage max. That wouldn't make any sense. But I did think it was 8 and it was 12.
Strange coin. Wonder what it's worth. Let's have a look. Here goes nothing.
Yeah, if I died there, it would have been fully deserved. Intrusive thoughts are part of why I can't play honor mode anymore. I do it in costume mode instead. I know what you mean, but I'm gonna call it costume mode from now on, forever.
I'm shooting arrows at this dwarf. It's great. Then this other guy twirls his fingers and some light comes out. And the dwarf just stops bleeding. Hands back up. Some shit is back. Fred,
As the symbol glows, power courses through you.
You go on, or I'll wipe that nasty look right off. What was that? Fort. That's more like it.
Flex and toes.
You enjoy.
Oh, hey, they added a ring to that. That's cool.
You look like you think you're up. Mess with us, and you'll end up like this bleeder. Stupid dead bastard. Yeah, right in the neck.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine. I can say what I please. Does this count as a victory?
Breathe.
Forgot to buy gloves of archery. It's fine. I don't have that much money right now.
Need something else?
I'm not ever believe this.
Alright, time to skulk about.
Okay, I can target myself with heat metal. That's important information.
Good idea, I think.
That's a friendly looking shadow. Breathe quiet. Move with care. If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine. This calls for careful footwork.
Self-sabotage run, the run inspired by my life.
Better be cautious.
Not being me.
Don't need any attention right now.
It's not good for you.
Out of sight, out of mind. Softer than a whisper.
Oh, I might be dead. Oh, okay, that worked. I'm totally, zoning out way more than I should on, like, everything I'm doing. A crit there could have killed me, but luckily I'm, never punished, or whatever it is people say. Symbiotic entity's off now, though.
Just out of view.
Guess I can do this.
Can't risk being in open view.
Yeah, this is why you should not zone out while doing strats like this. If I had come in here and done this at level 2 and fucked up, I would have even less margin of error.
I don't need any attention right now.
stylish finish.
Softer than a whisper. Another step forward. Never a dull moment. That's curious.
Was she not throwing stones? She couldn't see me. And she did throw a stone once. It was ouchy.
I'm done. Can't wait to sleep.
What do I do to get to level 4 usually?
Apart from an overgrown, the coin disappeared.
These webs are everywhere.
Roll a critical fail on a survival check. Determined that, yes, these are webs. Alright. Sure, man. Good druiding. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Hello.
Taking my time in the shadows. Just have a few. On my way.
As far as I'm aware, that crate always has 4 water bottles in it. My throat can't talk. Ugh. Sudden very dry mouth. Turns out speaking is difficult when you do it for 4 hours at a time and don't hydrate enough. Water and food? Those are things that exist, yeah. I've heard. Anyway. Go there.
I've got a
He's okay, right?
Never wanted the easy path. Very well.
What?
Feeling a bit crumbly, relatable. Who hasn't felt that way from time to time, am I right? Should just buy the ogres. It's a noble inspo to buy the ogres. I don't want to. Fucking pain.
Stranger. Not food. No talk. Make me enough. Oh, well spoken. Ogre, kill everyone around.
Something over there.
I do kind of wish I had hand crossbow proficiency for accuracy, but you can't have everything. Never leveled up from that before. That was very epic.
Nothing but dirt. No use digging here. Nothing interesting buried here.
Okay. Oh, too far over. Thematic for a druid to level up from sniffing tree roots. You're not wrong.
No traps, please.
Bush here. Bush here. Shocker. Get back here. No, not you, no. I thought about taking Shillelagh for Ironvine stuff later, but I don't think I want to do that because I will be hitting myself with my Ironvine damage if I do. It's resistant.
Get back here, Shocker! Get back here, Shocker! Shocker! You can't escape me! I'll chase you to the ends of the earth! I'll chase you to the ends of the earth!
Thank you.
Shocker! You can't escape me! I'll chase you to the ends of the earth! Just stop this!
You've made a grave mistake.
The range on this lick. Not pretty good. It's on the ground, so he threw it at me. Amazing. This is why we want bad spell save DC. He happened to roll horribly, but we want them to succeed the saving throw so that they don't drop the weapons. Because now I can't reapply heat metal for damage on him, because all the object's on the ground.
Demir! Demir! I didn't mean... I bet...
Joe! No.
A chill runs up your spine. You feel like you're being watched.
I'm a great druid.
The place had
Bad at nature, bad at survival. Not racist.
fresh sweets, a warm.
Auntie Ethel's Well is interesting with Spores Druid. Symbiotic Entity is its own kind of temp HP, so you can't actually have Ethel's Well and Symbiotic. Survival, aren't we all? Any worse to being a druid, you might be a Halcyon. What? Why would you say that to me? Choking down the Ethel Rod is my least favorite cutscene in the game. My favorite.
Let's get going.
The goblin.
What do you want?
As the symbol glows, power, the goblins slink back.
one-time HP buff, you can get it more times after a long rest. You can get it more after a long rest. The problem is, if you long rest with the refresh condition active, or if you aggro onto Ethel with a refresh condition active, it'll change to nauseated, which obviously you lose the HP, but you are given acid and psychic vulnerability. And if you try to do it again while you have the nauseated condition, it'll worsen even further into the sickened condition, which I don't even remember what that does, but don't let that happen. So you'll have to like double rest, or you need to apply a source of temp HP that is not symbiotic entity that is 10 or greater to overwrite this, to turn it off before you rest. Elixirs of Heroism work well for that. Shield of Thralls works well for that. False Life, upcast at least to 2nd level works well for that. You have options. Second's vulnerable to all except Radiant. Ugh. Thank you, rolling.
Fun's over. Ah, I knew something to it. All right then. Fresh meats, scared meats. Yeah.
Something good here, I hope. Better not be cursed.
It's weird when I'm sick and the sun frickin' hurts. Real. Starting to think this game isn't realistic. But if you have the sick condition, you're just really good at doing kickflips and frontside 180s while listening to Goldfinger. An urge to play Tony Hawk's American Wasteland. As if it's not already always there, but...
Cut me look. Well, you saved me. Now you'll extort me. Take my pack if you.
A wine bottle. A scholar with... Or maybe a bit of a drinking problem. That's a friendly-looking shadow.
I'm supposed to drop it, man. See? This is why I need my spell save DC to be bad. But also I need enemies to roll good. Because he dropped it.
If not over, then through. I'll take that. Shouldn't be wished. Interesting times.
Having this much HP already is quite funny.
Best be careful.
61 effective HP at the moment.
Bad. Shut it! Boss should rip you for talking that way.
Athletics failed. I should have done guidance.
Death won't take me yet. With haste.
This is gonna hurt. Acid vial. Ow.
What's inside?
I'm still using turn buffering. I used it once. I used it on Demir. Or was it Joel? Whichever one of them I could. I do it from time to time, but I don't plan on doing it much this run now.
Let's have a look. Here we go.
Oh, thank you, thank you. What?
What?
Never mind. If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine. That's curious.
How interesting would it be to make a solo honor mode challenge run where you collect all temporary permanent debuffs, like a mega opposite of what we're doing with buffs right now? Oh, having to get debuffs too? That would be interesting. I like that idea. If you flesh to stone somebody, do they get heavier? I have no idea.
Step carefully. There's a trap.
Yeah, Tamir, the integration's back, and I think they fixed it by changing the directory name back.
Better be cautious. Seems like the best way.
There we go, that's what we want. Still take 2d8. But now you have disadvantage in your attacks and ability checks. And I can, starting next turn, use a bonus action to reapply the heat metal damage.
chase. Don't want to draw any attention. Let's get this over with. Better be cautious.
Possible to finish the game on Arcane Hunger and at Death Door timers? I don't think you can with Arcane Hunger. I don't think you can with at Death's Door either. Well, if you eliminate the forced long rest leaving Act 1 and the one leaving the crush, then maybe? I think you would die after the monks. I think that would be the problem trade. Because that counts as 2, does it not? And you die on the 3rd day. I guess maybe Spirit of the Run would be you keep the debuffs for as much of the run as you possibly can. You have about 5 seconds after you wake up to drink an antidote on the final day before you die.
How much further can I go?
So I guess you just have to remember to do that.
Let me guess. Your devil mistress. Care to explain why you reek of the hells?
Also, I don't think you can access the Act 2 finale with Arcane Hunger. Yeah.
What? And
A soul.
Well, you might be able to with, in like a party run. You could do these things.
You picked the wrong fight, friend.
Maybe.
Fire.
The boss prep time challenge is fun, reminds me of that. That was a good run. Your Spores Root, wouldn't you be a moldy toaster oven more than a microwave? Got your moldy toaster oven right here.
I want to have a word.
The squirrel lunges at
You see, you're in my territory, and I want you gone. Are these
Yeah, stop doing that, man. Hey, Mark. You didn't do that to Timber? Timber just attacked me. It was self-defense.
Welcome back. I do enjoy a good
You saw
bargain,
Timber lunged at me.
If anything in my private collection is to your liking.
Let's make me crave some chicken wings. Ooh. I could crave some chicken wings too. Voice of blue defense. The scroll might have had acorns.
Perhaps Ammelium is right. I should get a mask.
Not only did that squirrel have an acorn, it was brown. I had to kill it.
Well?
Reckon it might be enough to cover
It was resisting arrest. Nice. Is that your attempt at trying to be more racist to be a better druid? Yeah, is it working? Hey, Spicy Misa. How are you?
Something feels off. Sharp, deep, and still fresh.
Well, I'm trying to get that sharp, deep, and still fresh.
No one stopped me yet. These things have stayed interesting.
People pay. Scroll.
Want to ask something that's been bugging in my head for so long. People on Reddit or YouTube often say odd or even number in stats during character creation. I don't understand the question. Is there more?
What are you doing? Get out of there!
Household hack: if your ice cream's too frozen, microwave melts right through it. Don't do that. People on the internet are stupid. You remember all the fun DIY TikToks on, and then they ended up being responsible for people making mustard gas? Because people are stupid.
God. I can finally breathe. Ah. Right, as tap.
Odd numbers don't have more advantage than even, so usually you want even. I guess they mean the ability scores being odd or even. Okay, so the thing with all ability scores, with the exception of strength, you don't get benefit on odd numbers. On strength, you still get carry weight on odd numbers, but that's it. It depends on what features you're going to be picking up. Like, if you are planning around in the future picking up, let's say, a +1 from Hag Hair, then being on an odd number there and evening it out with that makes sense. If you're doing Tavern Brawler at level 4, you're getting +1 to either strength or constitution, so having one of those on an odd number also can make sense. If you are going to be wearing Smuggler's Ring, well, that is -1 to charisma, so that puts you on an odd number if you were on an even number. If you're going to be using Harmonium Halberd, that gives you a penalty to some of the mental stats. So it could be a consideration there.
Have you made any new
Depends.
discoveries?
Like everything else, the situation matters. But like Danny said, there's no catch-all. It always depends. In general, even numbers are better. And I think this is why almost all of the stat increase items, aside from setting to the stat blocks of existing creatures, I think this is part of why mechanically it's a good thing that things like the Warped Headband put you on 17, Hell Giant, Cloud Giant put you on 21 and 27, and then the Club puts you on 19, the Gloves put you on 23. Those are all odd numbers. And that's slightly irritating, and that's a good thing. Because that means, hey, you could have a better stat distribution in terms of no wasted points if you just got that stat there yourself. It's the system itself subtly hinting, hey, you can optimize. And that this is a stopgap. This isn't free. This is not a replacement for having good strength. It is a band-aid for when you are put into a situation where you have bad strength, but need to have good strength anyway. And there is a distinction.
Collecting nobles. Go on then. Hand it up. You. The hubbub's died down.
I think it would be funny if all the strength pots apart from Ethelid did to you what they do to the tiefling, thereby making them useless. That would be funny. I don't know how it's good showing to you. Have a great day. Take it easy, Dex. Thank you for being here. Thank you again for the resub, the continued support. You are a real one.
What? Gek! Got someone sneaking up on us.
Too noise.
His fist grips an axe. On his neck.
But spoil my hunt. Kill the slave. I'll wait here. But that comes later. Boots first. Then you'll get what's coming to you.
Are level 12 begin? I don't think so this run. Not this time. We did a lot of coal mining previous run.
Wonder if the gods are watching me. Creatures live in waters this dark.
Wow, the water. Microwave. We slinging hot pockets in the Underdark. We're doing heat metal. Just like a microwave.
Hope your soul is in good hands.
You guys like my my corpse pile? Imagine the ecological implications of a whole ass lake this far underground. Said ass lake. It's hot out, but it's not that hot, Hazel. Hey, CT. Maybe that's me misunderstanding people not liking odd or even number in their stats. Notice people talk about Ethelhard putting the initial stats. For example, one left build left 16 if they have no Ethelhard, they plan on at 17. Yeah, exactly as we explained, Spicy Miso. You get benefit on even numbers, but not on odd numbers. The only exception to that is strength does give you carry weight on odd numbers, but your modifier, see this +5 that shows here, and then this +3 that shows there, that only goes up on even numbers. This is why things like ability score increase aren't actually good, because it's like, oh, you can get +2 to an ability score? Wow. That's +1 modifier. So, in general, being on, or Dex on initiative tie. Right, that too. Good shout. So in general, it's just better to be on even numbers unless you were expecting an increase that will take you from an even number, or that'll take you from an odd number back to an even number. Exceptions being strength for carry weight, but even then that's like very, very minor. And if you initiative tie an NPC, if your dexterity is higher than theirs, you win. If your dexterity ties, they win. So that's another place where your dexterity matters. Is it worth, though, if you do Tavern Brawl, then ability improvement for +2 strength go from 17 to 20? I would say Tavern Brawler is good there, and ability score increase is not. Reason being, as soon as you have access to Act 2, you have 3 different methods of getting +2 strength that, when combined with that Tavern Brawler increase that you did, that gets you to 20 already. So you can free up the feat for more impactful things. As far as feats go, the impact of ability score increase is very small, and it comes at the opportunity cost of not getting things that could do more for your build. Things like Alert, things like Dual Wielder, Heavy Armor Master, Tough, lots of things. Starian's Blood and Hack here. A Starian's Blood potion with a Raj is 1. Have a Starian bite her, and then you could drink it. Alternatively, there's the Harmonium Halberd sold by Damon that gives you +2 strength while you keep it equipped, and the Mighty Cloth sold by Quartermaster Tally that also gives you +2 strength while you have it equipped. Spell Might, damage, thunder, weapon damage, use Booming Blade, weapon. Well, the rerolls your damage values can also be pretty nutty. Savage Attacker? Savage Attacker is very good, yes. How much do I care about Tadpole Dupe in here? Not at all, really. I want to get the Adamantine Forge West. This does mean very early Filro assassination. An ill-conceived Filro assassination.
Why the hell? What is that?
Bullet could have screwed me there.
This calls for careful footwork.
He's got 41. If I open with Thorn Whip, I could park a Cloud of Daggers on him, and that might kill him by the following round. The real play is just going to be multi-bombing. You can still shield in that situation, which I don't love.
These boots have seen everything.
I can make it past you. It's gonna be awkward, but I can do it. What does the dash spamming do? You can stack the effect of dash up to 3 times. Click heals is not actually a dash, it's a separate thing. So you can do 3 of these and 1 of these. So like, currently my movement speed, 14 meters, that's Long Strider, Crusher's Ring, and Dwarf movement speed. Now it's 108. And I had haste there too, so it was 216. It might not actually hard mult like that, depending on order of application, but it was a lot.
These notes. There's an adamantine forge down here.
Okay, I just wanted the quest. I don't think I needed to succeed that. That's all I wanted. I do have the Morning Frost piece, so that's cool. Shouldn't have sold off my Revivify scrolls. All good. Wish I knew that earlier. It'd make so many situations way easier. It's not something I started doing until I had a double-digit number of playthroughs under my belt, so don't feel bad.
approach the sigil on the stone.
Earliest I've recruited Gale in quite a while.
Aha. Perhaps I should have clarified. That's it. Oh. Say, but I know you. Whoa.
Bro doesn't have metal.
I trust I've made words will now. So it is. I'll lie. In that case, this will.
The pouch is sealed with differently cut as the purple. This is the flute Gale kept on his person. The flute awaits with bated breath.
Iskcha. Die.
Take hero. My. I'd thank. That said, as such, here's hoping. What's on your mind? I quite. Oh.
The past few weeks I learned a whole boatload of cheese in this game, trying to figure out what level of it I want to use in my run. That's the important thing. The only valuation of that matters is what you want to do in your own run. There's going to be some people who will label absolutely everything cheese. I would personally suggest just putting that out of sight, out of mind. Like, if it doesn't feel right to you, don't do it. But don't worry too much about what isn't. Did I jump so far? I have 21 strength currently, and the enhanced sleep spell. So I can currently go 29 meters.
Better than nothing.
What do I have to lose?
Burgling Will. I'm saving Will.
Take you.
Shouldn't use that. Shouldn't have sold all my Revivify though. Oh well.
This medication. I'm done. Can't wait to sleep.
You just teleport, Will? Hope he went where I needed him to go. Spot where I don't take fall damage. Be pretty cool. Oh, fine. That for the delayed exploration? Yeah. Hopefully he teleported to where he's supposed to be.
Remember, you have teeth and claws.
He did not.
Use them. Step, hurry, swing.
That's new.
Don't fight fair. Fight to live.
Looked like he entered the cave, did he? Yeah. Good call. You'd follow him in there? Yep, thank you. Last time I didn't let him walk. What is the in-character reaction to being revivified? Do you know you were dead? So, Karlach and Astarion both have dialogue that accounts for this. If you kill them without them seeing you, and then revive them and talk to them, they'll talk about how they got killed, but, like, they don't know who did it. So they won't know it's you. I don't know if the other companions have that dialogue, but I know that both Karlach and Astarion do. I don't think I placed that properly. Maybe I did.
just have to buy enough time to run.
I don't actually want to recruit him yet. Gale talks way too much after he dies. I mean, he talks a lot for very important reasons. Better throw that lady off a cliff for XP. Heard that if you have other people in the party as Star and Sexy Dry, you can have a dialogue about how he killed you. If you ignore him, he bombs you. That's not how that works at all. Hey, repeat. Thank you for the prime. I appreciate that. Very kind. Hope you enjoyed the emotes, ad-free, all the good stuff. Thank you for the support. Happy to have you hanging out. Excuse me. Jesus. Oh, and yeah. Correct me if I ever get names wrong or anything. If you repeat X, if I should be saying that. If you prefer a different nickname, let me know. What was I doing? I forgot. Oh, yeah. I don't feel like doing more tiefling tossing, to be honest.
Take your time. You just have to buy enough time. Well,
The man you... Your advocatus diablo.
she's out there now. Ready? The Blade of Frontiers at your calling. Are you sure?
Appreciate all the info. I'm sure you get questions a million times. Any variant is fine. Cool. Yeah, but questions are welcome. And how are people supposed to learn without asking questions? I know you can absorb some stuff without that. I appreciate all you lurkers, but questions are welcome. And sometimes questions help me learn stuff too. Like, I'm learning new things about this game every time I boot up. Watch YouTube tier list. Oh. What's the best critical thinking?
I wonder what it opens.
I couldn't find critical thinking on a tier list, so I don't know where to place it. What's the best one?
One horn.
Oh, fuck me.
And then the
I'm Karlak,
I'm air fryer.
the latest yappy little dog she's... After we've mopped them up... Hey, soldier. Ah,
Carlack's awesome. Yes, she is. Every YouTube tier list suggestion I've seen has been placing Bladesinger in S tier, by the way. And again, like, a lot of that content is people who do not play the game. They write fanfiction of the game mechanics in their heads, and then confuse that with how things work.
That might be worth a look.
Am I proficient with any tenacity weapons? I don't think so. It'll be fine. Nice for Raphael, yeah. Get the tier list categorizations are fundamentally unnuanced, but there's something additionally wrong if you're putting Titan String in F tier, for example, when it comes to viability. Right, like, there's a measure of subjectivity and, you know, different criteria, but there is a point where you get to denial of objective reality in game mechanics. And that's things like Titan String in F, Blade Singer in S.
Anyone but her.
Like, you are far outside the bounds of, okay, to each their own. You're more like, okay, that's just not how that works.
Karlak meets the criteria.
Will.
I'll be. I'm not willing to let servants of Zar. Won't be seeing my mechanic anytime soon. The first time I've.
Proficient, not proficient. Druid proficiencies. Awkward. Fine. How slow is this?
Can't risk being in open view.
Make haste. I would have words with you.
Pretty slow. Side string is obviously good for strength character. No. You added more words than you needed to. Side string's good with low strength. You could have a strength score of literally 1, and it is still an outlier in terms of items that do damage in the video game known as Baldur's Gate 3. Impression I got, more suggestions he liked or not, and why not bad videos, honestly. I'm gonna express a bias against tier list content. If you are making a tier list unironically, you are choosing to present information in an ineffective medium. Or you are producing slop for the payday. The reason why tier lists suck is because there's no nuance. There's no, hey, this sometimes goes here, sometimes goes here. Unless the creator of said tier list chooses to pair it with a video explaining for multiple minutes each placement of each thing. And slapping a whole bunch of disclaimers, which is not something that most tier list creators do. It is a fundamentally flawed medium, and you don't get any actionable information from tier lists other than vibes, and vibes-based decision-making and build crafting is not how you get a good handle on how things work and why. I could make a tower somewhere for better hit rate. Should I just do melee anyway? Like, Yeah, that's way better. Add your strength mod to it. Yeah, I'm aware of how the Titan string bow works. Are you? Because you said on strength characters, and you seem to be explaining as if I didn't know what you meant by that. Let me explain that. Titan string bow has a floor on its effect of +1. Even if your strength score is literally 1, I don't mean a modifier. I don't mean a modifier of +1. I mean literally 1. You are getting 1 damage out of it. And the way Titan String applies that +1 is not the same as, say, Baldur's Giant Slayer, which is a terrible weapon, for the record. It goes on every instance that is part of the attack you did with the bow, as long as you did an attack roll. So, with 1 strength, you could still have Titan String giving you double digits amount of damage. The only way you would ever call that thing other than an abomination is if you were talking about it from the point of view of non-attack roll bow things, such as Arcane Archer's Piercing Shot, or if you had never actually meaningfully delved into the mechanics of the item. So that's why it was the example that Little Cream Squirt used. Put Baldur's Giant Slayer at the bottom of your tier list, then? I mean, you're joking, but if someone tied me up, gun to my head, and was like, hey, put the two-handed weapons in BG3 in a tier list, it would be low. It would be very low. If Drake Throat applied strength goes to it as well? No. Drake Throat Glaive's bonus damage is not a separate instance. I'll give you an example. If you did a fire arrow, you would get the Titan String bonus on the piercing portion. You'd also get it on the fire AoE. On everyone that it hits. If you crit, then it's also going on Craterous Wounds on both instances on everyone it hits. So if you shot a fire arrow at a group of people, let's say 5, and you crit all of them, you had a strength mod of 1, Titan String is giving you at least 10 damage. More than that, but at least 10 damage. With a strength score of 1. That's without accounting for vulnerability, that's without accounting for you can get a much higher strength score than 1.
One day I'll catch a break.
Am I preventing him from speaking here? I broke his AI with electrified water.
You know, I've been thinking, and I think there's something I should tell you. Nothing big or terrible, just a small little detail about me that...
Exactly happens, you can knock out Raphael, do you miss his quest or something? No?
It's just that I happen to be a...
What happens is exactly what you just saw happen, and nothing else.
a vampire. So...
What are the Force Long Rests in the Crush and Act 2? Their triggers. There's potentially 2 in the Crush. They're both tied to Lae'zel. The first one is triggered by having used the Zaith'isk. You can prevent that one by going to your camp and talking to Lae'zel about the Zaith'isk before attempting to leave the map. So you can eliminate that one that way, even while having Lae'zel. The second one is if you have Lae'zel recruited and you have gone into the Astral Prism, attempting to leave the map or rest from the outdoor camp will cause Voss to show up in a forced rest.
I need a quick word.
There are important matters
No negative consequences in terms of the story, though.
God,
Yep.
just look. I'd be not Zariel's victims.
Also, no effect on
not
gameplay.
innocent tieflings.
I need to be very clear about that because certain places have spread misinformation that, hey, if you get Raphael's armor, he doesn't have it. He never had it. He's never, ever worn it at any point in the game's life. That's not where his AC comes from. That's not where his retaliation thing comes from. That's not where his burning immunity comes from. He's never had that damage reduction. He's never worn that armor, ever. Also, he doesn't start with less HP later because Raphael is set up to, when you enter the House of Hope for the first time in Act 3, he is teleported there, rendered uninteractable and invisible, and he is fully healed.
But I promise you, but I don't have a clue where to start. The only way out is...
Explain the rat bat. No, you love it. Does it do anything against non-beasts? Yes, Raptor. The reason why I love it is because it has a second instance of damage when you hit someone. So, on top of the bludgeoning damage, there's also an instance of piercing damage. It's equivalent to as if you'd hit someone with a great club and a short sword at the same time. There's a lot of stuff you can put on that second instance of damage. There's a lot of things that care if your hit is 2 instances. In terms of on-hit effects you can apply. It's very good.
Well met, I...
Well met, icon.
There.
I don't like this at all.
It might just... Am I a friend?
I could fix it all.
That's what separates us from the...
By the way, what minimum levels of setup do you recommend? Earlier somebody did part permitting him. I don't understand the question. What do you mean minimum levels and setup? For what?
I know. It's just something I have positive. Quite a lot, if I'm being honest.
Must we? No, thank you. Now, he knows our secret. He's not the worst prospect we've stumbled across. Good. Well, there were no right answers with C. Sewing down.
Well, let's get some better camp drip. Hazel, you trade with Karlak. Yeah, there we go. Need to knock Raphael out. There's a bunch of different ways of doing it. Basically, they all stem from interrupt his first attempt to talk to you inside of the map. And then you need either a method of rendering the conversation unable to happen, which means silencing yourself or being wild-shaped or similar things to that. Or you need to break his AI by having him take damage or be attacked when you are already in a conversation or combat that he is not participating in. So I used electrified water and the cutscene of Mizora showing up to punish Will. But there are several ways of doing it. You can find tutorials out there. I'm gonna put that on because I'm gonna try something stupid with it. This metal? Yeah, that is metal. That's not. Neat.
Is life but a waking death, or does it serve
The devil, the fuck. We can learn a lot from fairy tale. That and that, but the.
Cleaning up approval here.
And he might be right. Creatures like them, me, and what?
Oh, yeah, Withers wants to talk. There are ways to manipulate things in this game. Yeah, a lot of depth.
For a mere pittance, should thou or any of thy compatriots perish.
Alright, what's a Dream Guardian look like? Hi, Phaelor. It's the idea behind the microwave build. Heat metal. Just like a microwave does. We'll also be doing other fire stuff in general, but I wanted to do heat metal stuff.
I came just in time.
Okay.
You are transforming.
They do look like they're already dating, yes. Whoever said that. Mm-hmm. Okay, the rules are we're nice to the squid when the squid is hot, so.
Yes, you have. And I'm here. Don't worry. You will not become. We have. There is. I will keep it. The fight. You can change. Wake.
Hi, Scratch.
What do you get up to all day without us,
Even in Act 3? No, not in Act 3, but in Act 3 the squid is no longer hot, so.
This one you can absorb its potential. Your mind.
Should have taken luck before arms, but it's fine. I don't need it. Have anything up? Wouldn't mind feeding him, I guess so.
You see, I have this. What it comes down to is this. And by that I mean, as luck would have it, you're already primed to give me exactly what I need. A metaphorical demon. Sincerely, though.
You tried this Shadowheart Nasara, and you know what happens if you let Gale do his quest by himself with no input from yourself. Well, you can send... You have to send him to Mistra without you. It'll depend on your approval with him, whether he's talked to Mistra. If you do, like, absolutely minimum hands-on stuff, like you don't bother to get approval with him either, I believe he will default to sending. And then whether he survives the process is determined by whether he was sent to talk to Mistra.
So, nevertheless, as quirks go...
$1,500 before we go to Grimforge.
Just out of you. May the gods take you first.
Blood follows me everywhere.
The buff I have 44 turns one. It's just a mod to show a kill counter. 47 now. Does absolutely nothing except track my kills. How did it not put me through to the monastery? That's what Karlach was for.
Very well.
What?
If you have progressed Karlach's mission like not at all, then you have a dialogue option with her in the camp where she'll be like, hey, you know, I'm not willing to let servants of Zariel run around. And you could agree with her and be like, oh yeah, okay, let's go and deal with them. And then the game will put you back in Act 1 instead of forward in the crush.
You looking to spend it?
Let's check Roa though. A Conjure Minor Elemental Scroll for an Azer Warhammer would be pretty good. That'd be on theme, and I'm also proficient with it.
Cursed to put my hands on everything. Let's get going.
Need something else?
Not too. What was I here for? I spaced out. And also avoid ending the time-sensitive quests? Yeah, it does. That is why we do it. We'll need a second one of those eventually.
Pain without purpose. If you would simply
Save, because I've been patch aided here a bunch recently.
the pain you suffer will cleanse you. Do not fight it.
You want to either succeed performance or intimidation, or you want to fail constitution. Bard options, automatic success. Monk options, automatic fail.
Wonderful. Just wonderful. That's it. Welcome the pain. Let it be. Sweet child, you bore the pain like I am proud.
Improving the armor's a nice trick here. Yep, you get an additional buff. It's this Ardent Apostle buff. Helps you pass.
Don't go bothering my pigeon. What's it to ya?
As the symbol glows,
Giving her 250 gold for Volo is a checklist.
We mustn't tarry, but
Rogue can just give her fake gold for free, checklist. But I give her the gold because I'm gonna kill her and get it back eventually anyway, so.
we want you dead, you dumb knuckle.
Invisibility.
Not dead and heroic. Get down there and
Thanks.
stop complaining.
What's the reward for enduring punishment? This permanent buff, Leviatar's Love. When I'm at 30% HP or lower, I get some accuracy and a little bit better at wisdom saves. It's not something that I will build around, but it's a permanent buff that is theoretically useful. And also it's XP to go through that interaction in that way anyway, so worth doing. Saving that guy did what? 35 XP. See the 35 XP here? If I was folk hero background, like Will or Minsk, that would also have been an inspiration point.
I don't need any attention right now.
On my way. What's up for discussion?
Welcome back. I do enjoy a good bargain. If anything in my private
Alright,
collection
take
is
those.
to your liking. Very.
Started my first playthrough. It's crazy how in-depth this game is, how much stuff you can miss or change with each action. That is the reason why I am still learning something every single time. Like every stream, I'm walking away with at least one bit of new information. And I have done enough playthroughs that I do not remember the count. I stopped counting in the 60s. I don't know how many times I've gone through this game. But there's always more. Usually play FPS, this game has me hooked. This game had a way of doing that. I mean, Game of the Year 2023 for a reason. But Baldur's Gate 3 did this really interesting thing where it reached across genres, and it even grabbed people from, like, outside of gaming. It got a lot of people who don't normally play stuff like this to play stuff like this. Like, I've never been a turn-based game guy before, but this has been the game I've spent most of my gaming time playing for the last 2 years. Now, granted, I am a fan of the OG Baldur's Gate games, so that was what drew me into this, but the gameplay is what kept me here. Otherwise, I've done a couple playthroughs and left. Hey, Rathano. Thank you for continuing the gifts up. I appreciate that. I'm from Counter-Strike, also thought I disliked turn-based. BG3 is the best game I've ever played. Yeah, like, I think one of the greatest games ever made. Of course, flawed. There's definitely other good games. There's stuff about it that's subjective enjoyment, right? There's some things that might not land for some people. For some people, it might not have that level of replay value. I get all that, but like, in terms of impact and doing everything it set out to do, this game's different. And Emissary, how you doing? I could do Arcane Tower. I don't really feel like it. I should, though. What if I did not do that? They would maybe do a sequel or add-on or something. Devs did great. No, they said that they didn't want to do that. They said they'd started DLC, but decided against it. Larian will also not be doing Baldur's Gate 4, they've said. And I think that's part of what makes this game good. Because they have that artistic integrity to, whether it's creative burnout, you know, creative differences with Wizards of the Coast, Hasbro, whatever it is, no matter the reason, they had the artistic integrity to be like, ah, we're done, we're good, we're out, that's it. Instead of, like, riding this thing until people hated it. And I think that approach to game development is part of what made this game so good. But still releasing patches. Yeah, 2 years of free support for the game is still quite a lot. Yesterday was the first payday of the new academic year, so I have some disposable again. Well, I appreciate using it on me.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine. Light on my feet.
Owlbear tracks. Its nest must be nearby.
This is it.
Bloody head. I wish you'd listened.
What's done is done.
Good, she saved. Which means I can reapply and blow her up immediately. Concentrated blast is fine here, actually.
Good. Again.
Nice. A microwave.
Can't slow down.
Saved Smythen with improvised melee weapon the other day. Did stop Druck from trying to kill him as he tried to escape. Stopped trying to shove, tried to attack him. But as he despawned, gave me his XP before he was killed. That's fun. Yeah, I've liked using an Invis scroll there because your character will auto-pass, stand where they need to, and there's no, like, failure chance from you missing, throwing at the wrong pixel, and him not registering as being in the puddle. I used to use the Invis pot from Ethel, but now I use an Invis scroll from Balin. Because it's more consistent.
These things have stayed interesting.
Don't want to draw any attention.
Never done Shadowheart Origin before. Holy Dang, does Act 2 give you a lot of dialogue checks are just like, I'm gonna break my cover to this person because Shar. Yep. They give you a lot of role-playing opportunities.
What path lies before me? Let's see what you're hiding.
As long as the sight cones aren't lying to me. Perfect.
Best be on my way.
We already have a cloud of daggers, so...
That won't work.
Concentrated Blast was a better click. It's fine.
What's in here? I'm done.
Missing something big. Oh, it's Joaquin's wrist. Duh. Guess I should do Flynn first, so that I can have Luck of the Far Realms. Make Floric knockout a little bit easier. Okay. Throwing things without throwing them is such a weird free source of damage. It's one of the biggest things that I think of when I tell people that, like, this is a video game and should be treated as such, because no DM would allow you to do that. Like, because this is a video game, and dropping is a free action, and moving things on the ground because you're using a mouse to drag things around is a free action, you can just do that. And it makes sense if throwable take damage, throwable explode. So it follows that that becomes infinite action economy. Obviously, that's not a tabletop thing. Hey, Carter.
Sweet smell of the war.
Shouldn't have wished for more interesting times. No, never mind. That's a friendly-looking shadow. Wonder if the gods are watching me.
That's the symbol of the
You've got perfect initiative.
You see yourself through her eyes, a memory buried. As the symbol glows, power courses through you.
We're the same pack. Perfect. Nasty Knolls, yeah, they do a lot of damage.
A shiver.
Put my dead companion in a box and move him back and forth near an enemy so they constantly enter and re-enter the AoE created by his body, which is not in combat. Yeah, like, oh. Oh, okay.
On my way.
Alright, Archer's dead, Flynn dead. Easy access to scrolls taken away from a wizard's usefulness. When I'm playing a wizard, the lack of freedom of movement, burning hands, common motions, etc. is jarring. Never really miss any wizard's features when playing cleric or bard, for example. I guess a big thing with a wizard, David, is you have the subclass. So, like, you have that school specialization. And the big thing is some of those features are quite strong. Evocation, Abjuration, Divination, all have very good features that can become build defining. Wizard also has, you can learn like the most spells out of everyone because you can scribe almost every scroll. You can't have them all prepared at once, so you're mixing and matching, you're swapping things out. But this does come at the cost of, there are a lot of support type spells are things that you can't get. Wizard. Not all, but a lot you're missing out on. The ones you mentioned. Calm emotions, freedom of movement, aid. at me.
Again.
Missed, and they all saved. Don't really love this, but back it up. I don't feel like using more bombs. Driving feels mostly like a reward for multi-classing wizard to me. I would agree with that. Also, hi, I don't know how to say your name. I'm Alice. Look. You're not an archer, I don't care about you. You are the one that soul numbs though, right? Maybe I do care a little bit. Pain is going around. Bloodlust off that. Magic missile from Blurg's necklace. Very satisfying.
By the... Are any of my crew still alive out there? This Risen Road's more dangerous. We're bound for Baldur's Gate. You should tell the fellow on the door. Little serpent, long shadow.
Alright, I'll tell him. But we're not a shower. That's what he said, right? Wizard of Blade Singing is pretty OP. Blade Singer is the worst subclass in Baldur's Gate 3, and it's not even close. Like, if you take your wizard from level 1, no subclass wizard, to level 2, Blade Singer, they get weaker. What makes you say Blade Singing is OP, if you don't mind me asking? Because it's actively garbage. But I'm curious what the perceived value is. Alright. I wanna ideally kill Ollie without Ruben noticing. Not sure how to go about that. Guess that just be this.
Better be cautious.
Takes a fight.
Forgot to turn off that pop-up. Alright, changing plans. Rugen's gotta die too now.
Need to find a way forward. I'll take that.
End of the game, no armor, get +4 AC, con save, plus healing charges. A good non-armored setup, multi-classing in a build with 31 AC during the entire game, 4 attacks, minimum plus 12 in all saving throws. Okay. You are ignoring that everything you just listed you can achieve without taking the worst subclass in the game. Let's go one by one. I've completed 2 level 1 runs, and a big part of getting your defenses in order in level 1 is hitting thresholds where things that could affect you are no longer able to clear the necessary numbers. This applies for both armor class and saving throws. A level 1 character can have 29 AC, stable, without any temporary buffs, in Act 1. You can go up to 30 in the Mountain Pass, you can go up to 34 in Act 2. 34. This is while using armor, while having critical hit immunity, something Bladesinger cannot do until Act 3. Unless you somehow get heavy armor proficiency, use the Grimskull Helm, but you also have to kind of swap it around in a way to trick the game to not apply Bladesong impeded. So it's a whole thing. But you can get more armor class without using any subclass features at all, meaning it's something you could do on every single build. Saving throws. Let's talk about saving throws. Which ones matter? Throw out some saving throws that you're worried about. Anyone in chat, any kind of saving throw. Be specific about what it is. I don't mean like, oh, wisdom saves or dex saves. Something specific. While you're doing that, while you're doing your homework, let's go back to the AC discussion and the thing I said about critical hit immunity. All items that give you critical hit immunity before Act 3 are things that are incompatible with Bladesing. So if you wear the Adamantine Shield, the Adamantine Scale, the Adamantine Splint, and then the Grimskull Helm to a lesser degree, you turn off your ability to use either your Wizard subclass features, your Wizard class features as a whole, if you don't have the proficiency with those items, which you need to pick up from race and such, and that's good practice to do on Wizards as a whole, so I do recommend doing that. Play Githyanki, play Shield Dwarf, play Human, play Half-Elf, so that you can use your crit hit immunity. You can't Bladesing while you're Bladesong impeded, so that means most weapons you are unable to use. This includes the one item in the Mountain Pass that gives you damage reduction and armor class, the Defender Flail. Not allowed to use that on Bladesinger. Can't do it. Can't Bladesing. Also, you're not allowed to use any of the critical hit immunity items, which means you could have 500 AC, and the second someone rolls a 20, bye. Because also as a wizard, you have the smallest hit die of anyone. You have the lowest HP. As a Bladesinger, you don't have access to the aid spell. You don't have access to the Hero's Feast spell. You would have to multi-class for those things, and you can't be Bladesinger and get Hero's Feast, at least in the context of solo, because that requires 11 levels of Cleric or of Druid. So you can't even have enough HP to meaningfully alleviate that. Sure, you could do False Life upcasts. That's an option. But that's far from a Bladesinger specific thing, and everyone else can be doing that while not having these problems that Bladesinger has. Best you can do is have good AC and force people to attack you at disadvantage with things like Blur, things like Protection from Evil and Good, which is fine, but eventually you are going to eat a crit and it is going to fucking suck. And that's something that nobody else in the game has to worry about, because everyone else can just have their crit immunity. Saving throw against Befuddled from a spectator is pretty nice. Yeah. That can be, sure. Fear effects, hold person, fireball, mind blast. So fear effects, get immunity. Hold person, get immunity. Fireball, sucks. Even if you fail a save, who cares? It doesn't do good damage. Have fire resistance and also have good dexterity, so it's easy to save against anyway. Mind blast, that one's scary. Good thing you don't have to fight any mind flayers to beat the game. You only have to fight one. 2-level dip in sorcerer, you can send Blade Ward. Thus, crit's not that much of a problem, I think. So, again, you can get Blade Ward access on everybody. You're talking about Bladesinger versus everything else. Everyone can get Blade Ward access, including every other wizard. And they can do that while also having critical hit immunity, wearing gear that gives them damage reduction, having more options offensively and defensively. Because remember, Bladesingers, you can't even use quarterstaffs. If you try to use Marco Heschker, one of the most effective caster items in the game, in the late game, can't do it. Can't Bladesing. But additionally, Blade Ward works on stuff that is physical damage. Slashing, piercing, bludgeoning. And yes, Blade Ward is fantastic because those are the most common damage types in the game. What happens when your gear crits you with his concussive blast AoE that can hit you for your entire health pool? What happens then? You don't have any damage reduction because you're not allowed to wear any of the gear that gives you damage reduction against that. Bone Spike Garb isn't there until Act 3, so you can't use that. You don't have crit hit immunity because the Helldusk Helmet isn't until Act 3. To get the amount of AC described with all class. Going slot by slot in order, you can get this armor in Act 1. If you consider getting the Helldusk armor in Act 1 to be outside the bounds of this conversation, then reduce the number that I gave you by 3. Defense fighting style is available to paladins, rangers, and fighters. If you're excluding that, reduce the count by 1 again. Ring of Protection can go here. Here you can have Bracing Band. You can replace it later with Ring of Twilight if you so choose, but that's going to be a total of +2 AC from your ring slots. You can have any shield for +2. There's no weapons that give AC in Act 1, but in the Mountain Pass you replace with the Defender Flail, and also you replace with the shield that's sitting by Lantarv, which is 3 AC instead of 2. Nothing in Boots slot until Act 2, but in Act 2 you can grab 1 AC from Boots from Mattis. Glove slot, Wondrous Gloves, held by one of the Mimics in the Grimforge. If you are not going Helldusk mode, then you can go either Adamantine Splint Mail, you can go Dwarven Splint Mail. Those are heavy armors. For medium armors, you could do Dark Justiciar Halfplate or Adamantine Scale Mail. For clothing, you can go with any of the usual suspects. Mighty Cloth, Graceful Cloth, Potent Robe. All of them have good effects. 2 of them have extra AC. Cloak of Protection in this slot. In Act 3, you can instead go grab Wave Mother's Cloak, which is 2 AC. Also, Act 3 armor here that's technically better at AC tanking than Helldusk, the Armor of Agility. In Helmet slot, in Act 3, you have Helm of Baldurin, which is also +1 AC. That's medium armor, but a well-built character is going to have medium armor proficiency. So, you can be running around in Act 3. You can have 37 AC passively, just sustainably. 37 AC in combat, and that is without outside assistance from other buffs. In Act 2, you can run around sustainably at 34 AC. And then in Act 1, you could run around sustainably at 29 AC. Mountain Pass, 30. Again, if you have issues with Helldusk being part of that, if you have issues with defense fighting style being included in that, then reduce by 3 or 4 or 5 AC, depending on setup. But that still puts you in a position where you can hit those numbers and then add in the temporary buffs, even the ones that you mentioned, and still be tanky enough that people can't hit you. Although I should clarify that that's not actual tankiness. AC kind of sucks compared to having damage mitigation. Like you mentioned, Blade Ward is very good. Blade Ward combined with damage reduction will not only render hits negligible, you don't have to care about them, it'll make it so most enemies are unwilling to attack you at all if you get tanky enough. This is why Abjuration School is so good. Because at level 2, you have 4 damage reduction from your class. 4 damage reduction from your class combined with Blade Ward means that no goblin in Act 1 is willing to attack you with physical damage. They just won't even try. And that's at level 2. The same level where Bladesinger is weaker than a pure class, unsubclass wizard. The point was made about extra attack. And extra attack is available at level 6 to Bladesingers. It's also available at level 6 to College of Valor and College of Swords Bards, who have better gear proficiencies, better spell lists, stuff to actually support their weapons. Often the next step in that is a deflection too. But Shadowblade upcast, yeah, you can play a Bard and then dip into Sorcerer, pick up Meta Magic and Shadowblade, and be stronger than Bladesinger in every way. For the saving throw part, what is your argument? That's why I asked you what saving throws you care about. I asked for examples. Do you have any? Because your Blade Singing Wizard has plus 13 saving throws without taking into account stats modifier and masteries and no elixirs. Okay, so if we are throwing out other things that help your saving throws, like elixirs for no reason, gear. Also, other classes get multiple things that help their saving throws. 4 attacks and 136 HP regen per turn. Yeah, why do you need HP regen? Why are you taking damage? If your AC is so good that you're not taking damage, why does the HP regen matter? Which one of those is actually happening? And also, if you have damage reduction, you don't need the healing because you never got hurt. But yeah, do you have any examples of saving throws that you're worried about for these bonuses to go on? Hi, Kevin. You're a good cat. Is there still the bug with defense fighting style and Baldur's Helm giving an extra AC? That's not a Baldur's Helm thing, Ted. That's a Eldusk / Elven Chain thing. Having those items plus one other relevant piece of armor equipped will trigger the fighting style twice. Actually, I'm not even sure if that goes on Elven Chain, but it is a Helldusk thing. Wisdom, Dex, Constitution, Strength, while not get prone while concentrating. So, I asked for specific. You didn't get specific. But I'll explain those. Wisdom saves don't matter in Baldur's Gate 3. A common fallacy that people present is wisdom saves are the most common one you have to deal with, but let's look at what they actually are. Fear effects, you can get immunity. Protection from evil and good is a first level spell in most spell lists, available from a gear piece, so everyone can use it. Available in scroll form, and the game throws a double-digit number of guaranteed spawns of it at you in the first act of the game. Get immunity. Other effects that fall under wisdom. Hold person, get immunity. Charm effects, get immunity. Sleep effects, believe it or not, get immunity. Dexterity saving throws are important, which is why having good dexterity and maybe playing classes that get dex save proficiency can be impactful. But dex saves are good to have, which is why on my runs I also have good dexterity. Dexterity is the most impactful stat in the game for a reason. Several reasons, that's one of them. Constitution, like what? See, here's the thing, if you're not taking damage, what constitution saves are you making? Concentration? But you don't need to roll concentration if you didn't take damage. And you mentioned going prone while concentrating. Get immunity to going prone. Even on your Blade Singer, that's something you should be considering doing, because you can wear the Mighty Cloth for immunity to going prone. You can wear the Helldusk Boots for immunity to going prone. Anyone who has medium armor proficiency can use Boots of Striding for that, and be immune to going prone. So get immunity. You don't need to make saving throws there. But do you have any specific instances of saving throws, like a specific effect? I'll give you an example. All of the Damned from Apostle of Merkel is a strength saving throw. Having good strength helps cut down the damage from that. Your turn. Specific example. Any tips to help prevent getting stunned? Helm of Baldurin makes you immune to every stun in the game, with the exception for the stun from Stunning Gaze from Ballas, which is not a true stun. It is its own weird oddball thing, but it's only DC 16, and at that point in the game, you can have enough Wisdom saving throw bonuses. Even with having a Wisdom score of 8 and no proficiency in that saving throw, you can have enough to be completely immune to the effect, even on a level 1 character. That's Act 3, right? Yes. Raphael, Leroican do big damage even with good stats. You need to concentrate? No, they don't. Leroican is a human with absolutely no HP who you can throw prone and nuke down on the first turn. He's also a human with no resistance to hold person, so you can simply stick that and nuke him down on the first turn. He also doesn't do big damage unless you didn't read his abilities and attacked him without dealing with his elementals. So that wouldn't happen if you just didn't damage him. Raphael also does not do big damage unless you destroy the pillars, which is buffing him for no reason. Or if you, for some reason, are allowing yourself to sit under half HP, where he has an insta-kill mechanic he can just do to you. Or if you're going in without fire resistance. So, Raphael doesn't do good damage. Protection from evil and good is concentration, so it's bad for an immunity? That's not even how that works at all. Why would that be bad for an immunity, friend? It's an immunity. So if you're concentrating on it, that you're getting the immunity, which makes it good. I don't understand. Are you under the impression that simply concentrating on something makes you do more damage? It's like there's some gear effects like that for weapons, but if the biggest threat in an encounter is losing control of your character to fearful or some such, then using your concentration to prevent that from being possible is the best move you can make with your concentration. If your worry is that you're not going to be able to do any damage, you do no damage if you're dead. Also, at most points in the game, there's an NPC you can find to cast the spell on you, so you don't even have to concentrate on it yourself. Ryrock, thank you so much for the 1 year of support. I appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. Lorokin has turns? He shouldn't. The view is that it could be unwise to concentrate on that in case it breaks and you want a more stable way of getting your effect that doesn't involve concentration. Okay, there's gear pieces for that. Again, Act 3 was used as a point of reference here. You have Gortash's robe, makes you immune to fear. You have the Emperor's heavy armor, makes you immune to fear. You have Saravok's helmet, makes you immune to fear. You have, if you're playing in a party, you have the Hero's Feast spell, makes you immune to fear. Hey, Danny, thank you for the 5 gifted. Very kind. I really appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. As always, the support means a lot. Thunderwave and Shatter are the only 2 spells I can think of where good con saves have consistent value. It can definitely help on those, Rathano. I can think of places where having good con saves matters. When fighting Orin, for example, her Piercing Growl, that's a con save. In September with my fave sub.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
God damn it. W Gifton? Hell yeah, Captain.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Lorokin got a handful of turns the first run since I read and decided to kill elementals first. Then I realized blind fucks reaction hard. Yeah, there's counterplay. Lorokin will only ever do his big damage, also, like, if you hit him. Like, you can stand there and ignore him. He doesn't cast anything significantly threatening. He'll do Lightning Bolt, he'll do Fireball. Like, you know who's a bigger threat? Go downstairs and pick a fight with Roland. Roland will fuck you up. Lorokin doesn't. Thing is to make all my builds with the intent of playing with mates. I can hoard all the OP loot like Helm Baldurin. Also play like a bling guy. I don't want to put protection for evil in good. So know that need it. Specific fight. For me, good build something guy knows nothing I have the best success with. So your arguments so far have been a series of comments about stats and game mechanics that don't line up with things you can actually do. And your backpedal is, well, I want something that can do well if I don't know what I'm talking about, without acknowledging that everything you said the class is good at is not done well by that class. Did I get that correct? Because I already knew going into this that every single person on planet Earth who thinks that Bladesinger provides something of value doesn't know that you can get all of those things elsewhere more easily at a lower opportunity cost. I already knew that going in, but let me be perfectly clear here. Your argument is, I don't know what I'm talking about, so it's good. making sure we're on the same page here. Sorry, Rugen. Sometimes knowing you don't know what to do is useful, to be fair. You're absolutely right, Candy May. That is a positive attribute to have. The ability to acknowledge, hey, I don't know how something works, or I don't know what I need going into this. That's a positive quality. How you are receptive to new information, right? If you think you know everything at all times, you're not gonna want to learn anything ever. Be a good build for someone who doesn't know much of BG3. Shoop is probably half shitposting by saying reading, but like genuinely, just being super neurotic and inspecting everything, that's already gonna give you a huge leg up. But if you are overwhelmed by a lot of game mechanics, Champion Fighter, you don't get extra buttons to click from Champion Fighter, you just get better at being a regular fighter. And regular fighter is extremely flexible, extremely powerful. You just hit the funny button with the weapon you like and the armor you like until everybody's not moving anymore. So that's my recommendation if you are overwhelmed by mechanics and trying to get comfortable with the game. Exactly, I agree with you that if you know everything, every fight immunity is better, and change gear, cast protection, reveal good instead of the concentration you normally cast. Okay. So what about the class features part? Where the things you described don't do the things you described better than every other option available. The whole crit immunity thing, I don't think you said anything about that. I'm assuming you're unaware that critical hit immunity makes it so that crits can't happen to you. And that if someone would make an attack roll against you, that they can now fully miss you. If you have more AC than what they can roll and you can't be crit, you are unhittable. Fully. Not like pseudo-unhittable, not they have a 1% chance of hitting you. It means they have a 0% chance of connecting ever. And that is something that Bladesinger cannot achieve until the third act of the game. A casual player would be getting this ability maybe 100 hours into their playthrough. Spending the first 100 hours of your playthrough without immunity to being critically hit. I don't know, that sucks. And I would like to note that, yes, while it is possible to mitigate the damage impact of being crit, go in with that level of planning that we have to disqualify from the conversation for some reason. If you go in with that, you can and will be fine with good planning. But I would like to argue that for someone who doesn't have that level of knowledge, a class that requires you to jump through additional hoops to overcome basic struggles that every other class in the game will have solved 100 hours before, I would argue that that would be less desirable, not more. I don't have a great concentration option here. I'm gonna do this fight anyway. Bear with me one sec. Do that.
The creature's eyes roll back.
I think the crit immunity is not a problem because I might build 2-level different sorcerer. I can send my Blade Ward. So, remember the earlier specific example I gave you? I don't think you do, but I will repeat the exact example that I gave you. Yurgir's Concussive Burst is a thunder damage attack. It is not only a thunder damage attack, it's a thunder damage attack that still hits you if it misses you, but it's an attack, and he can crit you with it. Blade Ward does nothing. You have no damage reduction. It can crit you for more HP than you have. What do you do about that as a Bladesinger who is unable to get critical hit immunity without turning off their spellcasting and all of their subclass features? Die is a valid answer, but other than die, do you have an answer? Or can we agree that that's a specific situation where critical hit immunity is very, very relevant?
Use your illicit potential.
Use my illicit potential, the squid says. I don't want to. I'm gonna have to. Yeah, I die? Okay, so if you are in a situation where you simply die, whereas every other class in the game would have the opportunity to have an answer, cast Blur, then it's good? No, because Blur forces disadvantage. He is still capable of critting through disadvantage and killing you. Now, it's very unlikely for someone to roll a crit through disadvantage, but it's possible. And also, you're forgetting the part where I said it hits you if it misses you. Yurgir's Thunder and Radiant damage attacks still hit you if he misses you. They won't crit you, but they will still hit you. So if you, the Bladesinger, with the least HP of every class in the game, no critical hit immunity, no damage reduction, are sitting there relying on your concentration to hold up through attacks from an enemy who has the highest initiative of everything except for this hyena to that point in the game. I'm not kidding, this hyena is the highest initiative before Act 3. Actually the highest initiative in the game, period. If you are relying on your concentration on Blur to save you from a guy who hits you when he doesn't hit you, who is in a room with a bunch of things who can absolutely fuck you up. To recap, the other things in the room are Merrigans that all have the attack roll bonuses to hit you when you have 28 AC. 28, they can still hit you. They will throw the bombs that Yurgir places at you. They will shoot the bombs that Yurgir places if they are next to you. They will push you off of cliffs. The Displacer Beast can teleport you with the Displace ability on a bonus action. It is psychic damage that still deals damage if you succeed the saving throw. You will still take damage, you will still be moved. The Hoarding Merrigan is a scroll vendor and will use his scrolls. So depending on your level, the guy can just be like, hey, Disintegrate. Hey, Cloud Kill. Hey, Chain Lightning. Hey, Polymorph. And the real fun thing about Polymorph is, if someone hits you hard enough while you're polymorphed, due to you having very low HP in your normal form, if the overflow damage is sufficient, you just get one shot. You simply get insta-killed. So, I don't think that arguing that the squishiest class in the game, least equipped to handle the incoming damage in one of the most dangerous fights in the game, I don't think arguing, I'll just blur, bro. I don't think that's realistic. Am I being reasonable there? You could use Boots of Stride to get immunity. Oh, wait, no. You can't do that, because Bladesinger can't do that. to kill Lurthendor, don't care about your gear. Yeah, that's you're out there. Just don't fight the guy. Do I have Helldusk armor already? I knocked out Raphael in my camp. Sorry, Shock Boss. It was a few minutes ago. I apologize. Yeah, Karen, I think it's a positive quality of yours that you are, you know, seeing the best in the viewpoints of others, but none of what you said there changes anything I said, because Concussive Burst is an AoE, and Yurgir's AI is specifically set up so that he will move to get as many people in the AoE of it as possible. So in full party, he is more likely to use Concussive Burst than he is in solo. That situation, choose only 2 level dip bladesing at the end of the game, you don't have this problem, but yeah, it's not really a bladesing class then. Right, and I think you hit on something important there. And I think I absolutely agree with you, because the same logic often gets applied to Paladin. Like, you could outline any number of weaknesses with Paladin as a class, you could point at the entire kit and accurately call it garbage. At the end of the day, Paladin is a Divine Smite merchant with situational value elsewhere, and Divine Smite's a level 2 feature. So most often, Paladin builds, you see people use the other 10 levels to account for the downside of those 2 levels. At that point, would you view that, I mean, obviously Paladin's in the multi-class, but would you view that as a Paladin build, or as someone else that took a splash of Paladin and most likely got weaker for it? So, yeah, Bladesinger, if you're forced into a position where it's like, oh yeah, just minimize the investment to 2 levels, and then you're still worse than several other 2-level wizard dips, like Abjuration, like Evocation, like Transmutation, like Divination. Where's the upside? And this is not me saying that things are not viable. Every single class in this game is viable. Every single combination of every single class is viable. Even from the perspective of someone who consumes the game as I do, and that's solo honor mode almost exclusively, everything's viable. Some things are just worse than other things, though. Paladin's bad? Yes. Still viable, though. The run that I completed earlier today was the one where I did 1,183 damage to Raphael with, 23, excuse me, not 83, 1,123. Need to be precise about that. Damage to Raphael with 1 attack. I used Divine Smite on that, so it was a build that had Paladin. Paladin is still the weakest class in Baldur's Gate 3, with Bladesinger being the weakest subclass in Baldur's Gate 3. Multiple things can be true. It's been a good discussion topic, and I know it's been very animated, so thank you everybody for hanging out. I get impassioned when I have an opportunity to rant. Bard doesn't have these downsides, Warlock doesn't have these downsides, Eldritch Knight doesn't have these downsides, other wizards don't have these downsides, Sorcerer doesn't have these downsides. player impassioned about subclass balance. Can you explain what you love so much about Eldritch Knight? Sure. So I mentioned a few minutes ago, pure class fighter, incredibly good. I think we can all agree, fighter strong, right? Many attack, make thing dead good. Proficient with all weaponry, proficient with all armor. No. Fighter good. Eldritch Knight is a fighter that gets access to the wizard spell list. So you get a lot of the features that makes wizard powerful. What's the strongest class? Depends. And what does strongest mean? So, Eldritch Knight gets to be a fighter that picks up Booming Blade, Long Strider, Enhanced Leap, Shield. And that's just when you first get the subclass. That's the low level stuff. Remember, you are still a fighter on top of these things. So you still get extra attack at level 5, improved extra attack at level 11, you get all that. At level 7, you get a feature called War Magic, which allows you to make an attack with your weapon as a bonus action after you've used a cantrip. This is a good combat opener. It also allows Booming Blade to sort of act as another attack for you when doing melee builds. So you're able to run around attacking 3 times without expending any resources beyond just your regular attacks with an Eldritch Knight at level 7. So that's 4 times at level 11 when you get improved extra attack. You just sustainably, you do that. Never need to rest, never need to use a charge or anything on it, you just get to do that. At level 10, Eldritch Knight gets a feature called Eldritch Strike, which applies a condition called Stricken with Eldritch Inertia to enemies, and the condition lies to you in terms of what it says it does. What it says it does is the Eldritch Knight it forces them to roll at disadvantage against their next spell. But what it actually does is, if you give someone the condition Stricken with Eldritch Inertia, they have disadvantage on all saving throws from everybody, every kind of saving throw. It's a saving throw, they have disadvantage while they have the effect. And this is a condition that you apply to everybody whenever you hit them with a weapon attack. They don't get to roll against it, just you hit them with a weapon, they get that. So Eldritch Knight forces everyone to roll at disadvantage on everything, starting from level 10. And that means sticking things like special arrows. You know, these elemental special arrows, they're dex saves. So forcing people to roll at disadvantage improves the consistency. If you're using things like paralytic poisons, damage dealing poisons, those are constitution saves. You force people to roll at disadvantage. In fact, a Eldritch Knight shooting an arrow of slaying at someone, because an arrow of slaying is 2 instances of damage that happen completely simultaneously, if you put a crawler mucus on a bow, shoot an arrow of slaying on a level 10 Eldritch Knight, that person that you're targeting has to succeed the saving throw against crawler mucus 4 times. 4 times to not get paralyzed, because they're rolling twice at disadvantage both times. So, let's say they succeed the first one, not paralyzed. They succeed the second one, not paralyzed. You're on to the second hit of the arrow. They succeed the first one, not paralyzed. They fail the fourth one. The second one on the second instance, total, 4th one. They fail that one, paralyzed. Doesn't matter, they succeeded 3 others. Paralyzed. They have to succeed 4 times to not get paralyzed. And considering Crawler Mucus is an effect that increasing your spell save DC or attacking stat doesn't improve the difficulty class of it, but if you make them roll like absolute dog shit, it's just gonna stick. And Crawler Mucus, for anyone who doesn't know, is a paralytic. So they get paralyzed. You know how Hold Person is popular for setting up guaranteed crits for good damage? Crawler Mucus allows you to do that yourself with your attacks. It's like, what happens when you just do the second arrow on someone and you auto crit? You can't miss. It gets doubled up. That's that. So, Eldritch Knight's good at that. That's its level 10 feature. But on the subject of, like, best, strongest, like Rathanel and Danny did a good job of explaining. I know the question was at me, but they answered as I would. It's always situational. Like, what matters is what your goal at hand is. Remember a couple minutes ago when I said Paladin's the weakest class in Baldur's Gate 3? That does not mean that there are not situations where it climbs that pecking order. Again, for that big hit I did on Raphael in my previous run, We have a clip floating around somewhere. We cleared 1100 damage using a Divine Smite. Now, there are other abilities I could have used to be at comparable damage, but we did 1100 damage with a Divine Smite. So, like, that's a pretty good amount of damage, right? That means that that tool was great for that situation. Let's look at another example. Monks have really good mobility, right? At level 2, they get Step of the Wind, which lets them burn a bonus action at a key point, and then they can start hopping around. They get movement speed bonuses as they level up, etc., etc. Monks move pretty fast. They move very far. So, in any situation where that's helpful, whether it's kiting, whether it's closing the gap to actually be able to use your melee attacks because you need movement speed to get to all the enemies to use all your attacks, that's good. But if you were in a situation where you were, for whatever reason, required to stay put, that movement speed is going to be less helpful to you than other features might be. Does that make sense? Situational value. And this is a big part of why I shit on tier lists so incessantly. And the question of what's the best, what's the strongest, because those things don't leave room for situational value. And it's like, okay, well, I could give you an answer, but it would knowingly, I would be lying to you because I would not be including, hey, this is when that isn't true, by the way. We're talking about what class can deal the most damage, and all the classes deal 3 times the damage. You need to beat the game, if not more. Correct me if I'm wrong. No, you're right, Manfred. And you can use features independent of classes that are available to characters at level 1 to do thousands of damage. There's nothing in the game that has that much health. Anything that deals over the 700 mark, even the 700 mark itself, is overkill. But you can have a level 1 character with no class features at all do thousands. So, like, it all matters how you want to do it, what flavor you like, the situation, but there is such a thing as objective value. Linking the Bladesinger conversation back in. If your goal is to be tanky, it's not good at that. If your goal is to be a wizard with extra attack and Shadow Blade, it's not good at that. If your goal is to be a music-oriented spell sword, it's not good at that either. All of its goals it attempts to do are better done elsewhere, which is why I abbreviate that to Bladesinger is the worst subclass in the game. Alright, let's blow up some fists.
Alright, time to skulk about. What do we have here?
Hey, Jen's phone. Good to see you. Hope you're well. Cast Bomb. How to maximize Berserker? Well, where there are better choices for Barb, like the idea of 3 Berserker, 9 open end for a while now. So, I think the way I would do it, Zweifer, and this is the kind of question that I really like, and I'll explain context. I know you know this, but for the benefit of others. Berserker is a subclass I don't have nice things to say about because it is so incredibly inefficient compared to the other Barbarian subclasses, and its chosen primary mission statement of I throw stuff. There's even another barbarian subclass that's better at that than that. So, explicitly, designed for that. So, that's the context. I think something that could be interesting is being able to use that frenzied strike feature. So instead of the bonus action throw, the bonus action melee attack. I think that could be cool in situations where you are not normally able to make a bonus action attack with your main hand weapon. So, like, if you're playing a two-handed build, and let's say you didn't want to go Great Weapon Master, or you were unable to trigger Great Weapon Master, I think you could do some interesting stuff with that. Solo Honor no crit protection is very doable. You can still play Blade Singer, more than viable if you play around that. Yeah, absolutely. I did a no looting run. I was not allowed to get critical hit immunity because every single item that gave that would have required me to loot. So I did that. I played as mostly a land druid. But yeah. Girls, your tab's named Air Fryer. Too busy sponging up this good info. Hey, Eve Astrology. Hope you're well. Yeah, chat comes up with some good names. Who was Air Fryer from? I should go back in the VOD and see who said it, but yeah, I can't take credit. 2D Dude, classic. 2D Dude's great with names. Found this channel on the front page of Twitch during February, and it was the word theory crafting caught my attention. The intervening 6 months, I made zero narrative progress in the game, but I have from this stream learned enough information that if I didn't suffer from restartitis, could probably complete Act 1 at level 1. I appreciate that, Rathana. That is exactly what I set out to do. Overcomplicate the parts of this game that fewer people care about, but myself and other neurospicies and neurospicy adjacent people hyperfixate on.
These boots have seen everything.
Anyway, I sounded entirely too smart for the last 30 minutes, so, do you think if I played my cards right, I could get Karlach to beat me up? Do you think if I did the Kermit voice, she would use me as a hand puppet? Disguise here. Depends, maybe. I'm not proficient with this sword. I'm gonna use it anyway. I think. Maybe. Possibly. I could level up and use Wild Shape to deal with her. No. Full team party, do you think Water Merman is good to heal everything? I think healing is a waste of actions. Whether you're in a full party or whether you are by yourself. I think healing means that you,
Fresh air. At last.
made mistakes, and there's always the option of not making that mistake.
I'm in your debt. Listen, I must report. And you.
Water Mermenders are really good at doing damage. I would recommend doing the damage. Do that with Floric? Yep.
See it through. Go. I will see.
Can't risk being in open view. Don't waste a step. Don't mind if I do.
My friends are beginners. I mean, if you're not playing honor mode permadeath, then reload the save if you don't like how the fight goes and do it better, but outside of that, like, it's Act 3 levels of power. You kind of have to actively try to end up in a situation where you need healing beyond what you can get by just clicking the healing potions that you should have dozens of. Haste with double ace? Yeah, you could use the action for something better. Good old opportunity cost. Things aren't free. Like, yes, you can use an action to heal, but you use that action to heal rather than doing anything else. Like Viper mentioned there, Explosive Icicle is really strong. Explosive Icicle is like if instead of attacking, just like, hey, what if cast 3 Chromatic Orb Cold and just sent them over there? It's roughly equivalent. Yeah, what if your attack was just 3 spells? I don't know, that seems pretty good to me, man. And again, healing doesn't matter if you didn't take the damage. There are many ways to not take the damage. Crowd control the enemy, kill the enemy, run away from the enemy, mitigate the damage from the enemy. Expected. Should have changed hats. Nah, I already had proficiency. Remember an Ice Glove trash attack roll if you don't boost its attack rolls. If you allow them to be trash, sure. Why would you allow that? We got a spell slot soon-ish. I can switch to accuracy now. This is a weapon I'm not proficient with, by the way. It's still a good tool for the situation. Waste concentrating on Bless for that, you don't have to. Not a Crown Paladin either. Bless is available to far more than a Crown Paladin. It's available to all Paladins, all Clerics. There's a staff that gives you a cast of Bless once per long rest that you get in Act 1. There's a ring you can buy from Volo that applies the effect of Bless to anyone who gets healed by the wearer of the ring. You don't need to cast Bless. Also in Act 3, you can have all party members just get a permanent Bless. At least once each. One of them will be actual permanent. But for summons, you have all of the other things I mentioned. So I would encourage a change in perspective here. Instead of, but I can't do this, ask how. Like, if you see an obstacle in your build crafting,
Excellent armor.
or
Strange place to
if
find
you hear someone like myself or someone in chat say, hey, do this, ask how. Questions are welcome. And if something does not make sense, I am always happy to explain it. Not only is Whispering Promise among the best rings in the game, it's also available in the very beginning. Normally, I dislike the idea of using the word best, but it's extremely flexible, it's available early. Yeah, Whispering Promise is just that good. It's good enough that someone as pedantic as me is okay with calling it among the best. Pedantic as I. See, I am pedantic. I tried to hold that one in, but I couldn't. Right of the ring on myself, the ways of myself, Myrmidon, 32 healing and immediate return. Everyone thinks it's better than Myrmidon High School? Yes. Because what are you healing? I think you're stuck in a bit of a loop there. If you have the Myrmidon do something else, it doesn't need to waste its action on healing because you made a bad choice earlier in the turn. And also, if you are wearing the ring already, all you have to do to make the Myrmidon's attack not trash is heal it. And you have lots of ways of doing that. You mentioned you're a wizard. You could just put a potion on the ground next to the Myrmidon. Let's say you're casting Magic Missile at a bunch of enemies. Just send one of them at the potion. Easy. You blessed it.
She said I'd never see her again.
Easy peasy. I'm healing, I'm immortal, so win in the end. Win faster. Like, why create the need for healing? You only needed to heal because you made a bad choice. I'm saying this to you as someone who is unwilling to... Like, you are the person who is unwilling to see the value in another approach. I'm telling you, the value of the other approach is yours is a response to a mistake. Whereas you could simply eliminate the need for the healing.
The Dory.
The corpse regards you, life.
And yeah, that is before addressing that you seem to be under the impression that 32 healing is a good number. Like, healing potions that are available in infinite supply to level 1 characters are 20. The next tier up of healing potion is 40. You're wasting your powerful summon's entire action on delivering a tier 3 potion's worth of healing. Oh, okay. It's a waste. You can do it. Response is good. It's really a mistake. Yeah. Yes. Like, if you crash your car and then got it fixed, you still crashed the car, man. It still happened. You still should probably endeavor not to get in so many car accidents going forward. Just as a policy.
Monsters everywhere.
Come, friend, I won't harm you.
I was ready to run you through.
Potions are better than, like, spamming long rests? No, it isn't. I'm kind of known for how much I don't long rest when I probably should. I have done one long rest so far on this run. This run that's been going for about 5 hours now. I have 41 of this size potion, 8 of this size potion, and I've bought 2 potions. you can get a lot of potions with absolutely no effort. It's not even anything resembling difficult. I think you are throwing any excuse at the wall so that you don't have to change your way of thinking, and I would encourage not doing that. You get more enjoyment, especially out of games like this, when you are willing to step out of your box.
Best be on my way.
You have metal? Boo. I think he's okay.
Breathe deep and move. What's hiding here?
Some days I just pray that I'm really gullible. You're not, Batchet. The human condition is in dire straits. But, yeah. I think that to imitate 32 healing per turn potion, you need to take considerable time and money buying potions from vendors. I just told you that that's not true. Like, do I need to repeat the last, like, minute of stream? I'm confused. That's not true. Trust me. No, I don't want you to trust me. I want you to listen to, like, the verifiable, like, data, the examples of things in gameplay. Like, this isn't vibes. This isn't trust me, bro. Like, I'm giving you examples. In this current run, these are my healing potions right now. I have 41 potions of healing and 8 potions of greater healing. I only purchased 2 potions of greater healing. All of these other ones, I didn't craft any either. All of these other ones, I just picked them up in the world. I haven't long rested. These are just ones that I got. Proving that it's pretty easy to come by healing potions. Right? That's a logical straight line.
That's far enough. What's your business down? That just tells me you've met my... We've dis...
Again, asking questions is welcome, and something that I am annoying about, even, is when people don't explain why on things. So, or how. So I'm happy to explain the why and how. That's never an issue.
I want to have a word.
You need to buy me.
How much do you cost?
Tenfold whatever ransom, please.
Gruel is once per character. Gruel is up to twice per member of your camp. So if you have all 6 of the origin characters, right? There's 6 of them. And every hireling turn into a halfling and talk to the Gruel lady, you can end up with a lot. And as Candy May said, Gruel is a free action heal. Rugen is definitely a really terrible person. Why and how is he still hot? Rugen is one of the most thirsted after NPCs, and it's fascinating to me. I don't get it. His hair sucks. But he is consistently thirsted after.
You've already brought me bad news. Tell me you've got... Our trader can show you some of our...
Sleek? No, like... No. Like, not even in personality is he smooth. He'll be sitting here tied to a chair crying and blaming Ollie, who didn't do it, for losing the shipment. And, like, Zaris will even be like, oh, come on. He was loyal to you. You're better than this. Like, he's a snake. He's not good at what he does. He's got fuck-ass 2015 Pidgeotto cut hair. I don't see it.
If you have the gold, my pet artist will make you a most...
And he invites you to meet his friends by telling you he's a grower and not a shower. It's almost like person tastes are subjective. Crazy. Yeah, yeah.
Any falls behind, I leave them for the fist. And in no state to tell tales.
Does he have the same face as the Leviard Harpies? Oh, maybe. I never thought about that. Can anyone verify? That's a really good question. Some NPCs do have the same faces. For the single hand crossbow, you know, the slaving, the smuggling, you know, the betrayal of his protege, of his organization, of you, all of that. Chill. Not having a second hand crossbow is not being optimal. He's not being efficient.
This calls for careful footwork. Best get in and
I love that for you, Candyman. That's great. Bro, how are you alive? It's rude. Literally just the voice for me got that Sean Bean vibe. Yeah, I get it. I do. Going down the rabbit hole of what may or may not be exploits always ends with banning consumables because the items intended for use are usually more powerful than whatever people think are exploits. Yeah. And invariably, people will attach this... They will agree with that, and then they'll move goalposts. So, like, if it's anything that's linked to a limited resource, whether it's something you need to purchase from a shop, something you need to find, or even if it's linked to a character feature that you have fewer uses of and have to then replenish somewhere, people will automatically view that as less legitimate than something like a basic attack. Consciously or unconsciously, it's something that people do. So I think the whole exercise is, like, pointless. Again, the only restrictions that matter for your challenge runs are the ones that you, the runner, want to apply. And anyone who says that your challenge run isn't a challenge run for not running their restrictions, tell them to shut the fuck up forever. That said, like, I think it's a waste of your time and effort to even bother classifying things like that. If it's not a direct bonk, it's cheating. You didn't stand there with absolutely no movement and allow the boss to square up with you in honorable melee while you used a weapon from the starter area. Naked. Illegitimate. Fake fan. Don't even get me started. If you used magic in a setting that's inherently magical... Oh, could you imagine?
have to keep going.
Wild.
It's been a long day. I need to rest soon.
Use cantrips and bonus action dash for an entire run, guess I'm illegitimate. There's many people out there who would say that yes.
Anything of use?
Sounds like how Souls-like players talk about anyone who doesn't use their favorite weapon as cheating. Yeah, Like, and that discourse is so stupid that those people have bled into, like, Souls speedrunning, where, especially with, like, Elden Ring, for example, in some categories, a huge part of the run is going and getting the late game weapon as early as possible, and then using that with the strategies you've set up for the bosses that it's applicable for, and they'll be like, no, that's not a legitimate run. Like, what are you talking about, man? A lot of people confuse, hey, I don't find this enjoyable to use personally, with illegitimate. Like, alright, cool. So many honorable players complaining about exploits. Mobile bad? Ah, you're good. Gatekeeping sucks no matter which game we talk about. Gatekeeping sucks no matter the concept. I am a person who does not really... I try not to deal in absolutes, you know, always leave room for nuance, etc., etc. Gatekeeping is always shit. Always. Gatekeeping is a skill issue. If you're putting in the work to gatekeep someone out of literally fucking anything, you're self-reporting that you have a confidence issue. Or a knowledge issue. Often both.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Spend most of my time on Twitch and Souls communities and PvP ones at that. Feel like these sentiments about Souls fans are a small minority, at least on Twitch. And I think that's a good thing to bring up, because there's gotta be something more to it. If a lot of people with varying levels of involvement in that particular community have had similar experiences of at least picking up on this gatekeeping, and I think that's worth connecting back to across a lot of games, and I've perceived this in other gaming communities as well. There's this idea that theory crafters or challenge runners or speed runners, you know, whoever's doing the most demanding stuff, the most demanding public facing stuff in terms of playing the video game, there's this idea that there's some in-baked elitism there. And what it probably comes from is people who don't know shit about fuck mouthing off in these spaces very visibly. It's maybe not a majority at any point in time, but it's very visible. And it leaves an impression. Which is why I think it should be shamed more. Most people who play the game seriously use everything outside of challenge running. Yeah. I think FD Signifier had a good argument for gatekeeping. Then again, its take was nuanced and clarified. It has to be balanced. And I would consider that to be a different thing from gatekeeping. Like, I don't have a term for it. This is just my own perspective on that, but like, that's different. It's a different thing. Keeping a community safe is different from gatekeeping as we are referring to it. Let's use Giant Breaker here. By the way, on the topic of not gatekeep, finally writing up the early Helldust walkthrough in case it's helpful to direct people to. Gonna post in Discord in a minute. Nice. Thank you, Danny. The whole, but that's cheese thing from the Souls community kind of comes from the fact you just use a good weapon in those games are easy. So people who really struggled are mad to use the Black Knight Halberd and win first try. It's not even that, though. The same people will view, like, someone putting together a magic build that's still less effective than, like, a weapon build. They'll view someone doing that as illegitimate because they weren't standing near the boss. Or, like, dumb shit. Or, like, they'll view you doing a fight where the game directly tells you, hey, there's summons right here that you can use. They'll help you out. You're like, oh, no, you did the thing the game told you to do? You sick fuck. Like, What are gatekeeper gamers? So a gatekeeper, Hannabeth, is someone who appoints themselves as like the person who gets to decide what a true fan or a real player, you know, that kind of language is doing versus, oh no, you're doing that in a way that I don't like. That's not legit. That's not okay. I'm confused by anti-baromancy people for BG3, like explosions are hilarious, why do I hate my joy? I think that's a good example of, again, like So Black was pointing to, the most proficient people in challenge running, theory crafting, speed running, PvP spaces, you know, the people who actually really buckle down and know what they're talking about are not the ones who are going to gatekeep that. Because speaking on baromancy here in BG3, I don't do it because it bores me, but also as I've gotten more proficient and experienced with the game, it's not even a good solution to most problems. So I don't do it, but I'm also not one of the people running around policing other people doing it. Like, I'm not going into people's spaces being like, hey, you're having fun incorrectly. Yeah, we'll heat metal here. Oh, and she saved. That's good. Do that. Sometimes use terror spells damage-wise just because I can. You're having fun? Wait, hang on. Time out. You did something not optimal because you thought it was cool? What the fuck is wrong with you? Mods? But yeah, I think a good takeaway from this entire conversation is if someone is being... if someone's gatekeeping, if someone's being an elitist about... they're trying to police your fun. Just disregard all future opinions from that person. They're not worth your time. Hey, Leah, thank you so much for the raid. Don't mind me ranting about how much I hate gatekeeping. We're having a whole discussion about it. Welcome in, everybody. How was your stream? What'd you get up to? If you don't know me, I'm Quag. I do BG3 challenge runs. I claim to play other games sometimes. I'll stop lying. I play this. This game is entirely too much of my life. Finished up my previous run. Started a new one today. We're the microwave because we're using heat metal. Get it? Get it? You should put metal in your microwave. Don't do that. But yeah, we're doing a heat metal build. We're revolving around keeping our spell save DC low so that people don't drop the weapon. And then we get to keep clicking the funny button. How was your stream? What'd you get up to? An owlbear hat? Yes. They were out of stock for a while, but I happened to check, and I grabbed it immediately. Official Larian merch. It's great. You hate gate people? Jazz. Kermit Gate. Oil bears got Quag. Uh-huh.
What
Quag, my friend Curly. We always achieve 4 hours of nothing. 4 hours of nothing with friends is 4 hours of something fun. I appreciate you bringing the love over here. I don't know how much longer I'm streaming. We'll do a little bit more. We'll do like an hour. I got that in me. I was having a thought, but it's gone. Oh, it's gone. Amount of gatekeeping in WoW is insane. Yeah, I never really did the whole WoW thing. Well, I played for like a month during the Legion expansion, because the group of people I was doing MMO stuff with at the time, we were kind of looking for a new home because we were getting burnt out on what we were playing. And then we ended up just not staying there. I played a rogue. That's all I really remember. It was a rogue during Legion. To clarify my point above, people who completed Mana Forge Omega first did it live on stream shared 98% of Tech of the World in the process. Yeah, anyone who has actual, like, knowledge is not going to keep it from people or be the fun police. Made the mistake of acknowledging I was a woman in a dungeon, regretted it instantly. I'm sorry, Eve. That's... Fortunately, here in the BG3 space, people are pretty chill. I've certainly noticed it's more of a melting pot in that regard, and only like once or twice have I seen actual creep shit. We keep a clean house.
Be wary. This place is trapped.
The Indian nerds are cringe, but we are relaxed. Cringe but relaxed is... I feel like that should be the goal, you know? It's okay to be a little bit cringe. I'm gonna go get tea and cake. Can I have some? What kind of cake? Any major consequence of killing boss in Act 1? You won't be able to talk Lae'zel out of being Blackith mode until Act 3, and then it'll be behind a dialogue check. Also, you won't be able to have Voss as an endgame ally. That's it. And by Act 1, do you mean Wilderness or Mountain Pass?
Welcome back. I do enjoy a good bargain. If anything in my private collection is to your Ripple bark could sustain an entire village if seeded properly.
The Voss Silver Sword? Yeah, depending on when you kill him, you are possibly missing out on one of his swords. He has two different ones. He's got the Great Sword that he has in Act 1. Then he has the Long Sword in the Mountain Pass. And in Act 3, he can give you the Great Sword, and then you could kill him for the Long Sword. But there's a lot of routes where you only get one or neither. Mountain Pass. Oh, so, no, you're saying Wilderness. Okay. So, yeah, if you kill him there, you can't get Voss's Silver Sword, that being the Long Sword. He only has the Long Sword starting when you run into him in your camp in the Mountain Pass. possible to defeat the dragon solo in Act 1. So, that dragon doesn't have combat AI. It'll do its retaliation attack thing, but if you, for example, kill Voss there, and then all the Githyanki, and it's just a dragon, it doesn't enter a turn order with you, so you can stand up on the cliff at an angle where the breath weapon can't hit you, and then you just shoot it until it dies. It'll take a while, because you have to go through all of its, like, hey, I'm an NPC, I'm out of combat, I'm gonna heal myself, but it has limited charges of that, so you can just sit there and eventually kill it.
We'll be clear. No point in lingering now I've got the noble stock.
But much like killing Voss at that point, it does require breaking the trigger that makes Voss leave, and also breaking the trigger that makes him invincible. It's two different ones. So doing things in the order that that Lazarus mentioned, specifically going to a different map and coming back in certain windows of time, that's what breaks those triggers. Shot a bunch of boxes so I could tell a guy to drop his stick. The most BG3 sentence.
Have I got everything then? We'll be clear. No point in lingering now I've got the noble stock.
Now we're level 5. I could get a little more spendy. Kinda do wish I had some more, elixirs. We haven't done our second long rest yet. Falcon. Guess we could go to Brimforge.
Better wait till the hubbub's died down.
Any companion stuff we need to do? No. I know I got a coworker who not only knows what D&D is, but also played it, and we talked about it at lunch. People just look at me like, oh, they're weird. See, that's what I mean when I say that it's good to be a little bit cringe. Because if that's shit people find weird, then, like, who cares? Let people have fun.
The corpse regards you, lifeless.
Speak with that on this guy to reveal this stash that I failed to see with perception earlier. Killed boss at camp, Condanos is still there after to kill. I'm not sure how you achieved that still. This was back in... It's back in patch 7? It was patch 6? You happen to remember what? Do I do the boat fight this run? It's a bad idea. I don't want the hammer for no reason other than I want it. Do that. If I can't think of why I need it, I don't need it.
On the lake's murky waters.
But on current patch, I gotta steal your order then. Replicate that.
Gek? Who are you? What about Gek? Come on, the rest of
you continue forward.
Where does crossbow proficiency come from here? Am I using without? I'm using without. I don't have proficiency. One with shadows definitely trivializes. Yeah. One with shadows, monk features as a whole.
You're shitting me.
Who's the whom, Greyman? Another slave for the deep. Your twat's old chum owes us a load of corn, and I'm warning you.
I think it's a valid reason. That's the thing, though, with here in solo honor mode. Wanting something that you could lose your run getting and not get any significant benefit is like, do I really want it? No, I don't.
I'll give you that.
I could get through the boat fight, more or less guaranteed, but it would require me spending an amount of resources that I don't want to spend. So I don't think it'd be a good exchange.
Get over it.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
At the ready.
Stole that ring with a darkness arrow instead of going through dialogue, so I didn't have to roll any dice. Oh, did I say what MMO used to play? I played a couple. Played Star Wars The Old Republic. Played Black Desert.
If you look at the skeletons, you...
I cannot recommend either of those to anybody. Going back to my initial point, I need tips on how to defeat boss. He's strong. So he's got extremely high accuracy. I would either... So that means either you give up on the idea of making it unlikely for him to hit you, or you go all in and make it impossible for him to hit you. It's become the mega MMO. It was back in 2017 too, so yeah. Nothing changed there then. Not really how playing that game on election night in 2016 and then 2018. Yeah, don't no. Fleet chat is something else over there. My condolences. Used to play Black Desert too. We've both become better people. Already in the middle of the fight. Level 6 Thief, Star Druid. Just have to leave. He'll still be there. Like, the thing with Voss is, in terms of attack rolls, and if you disregard getting help from other NPCs, he's got the most accuracy in the game. He is the most consistently able to hit you and fuck you up. And also, he's a fighter with improved extra attack. He's got the bonus psychic damage that NPC Githyanki do. He's got a +3 greatsword. And also a +1 crossbow. He's got good mobility. He's pretty tough. So he's the kind of thing you go in with a plan for. Now, at the end of the day, he is a humanoid with not that much HP, so a little bit of game knowledge means... And he goes down to a couple smoke powder bombs just like anyone else does. No, I don't mean barrels, I mean bombs. It'd be a disaster if he also had some way to negate damage. Yeah. But he is strong. To the point where the time where you're like supposed to kill him, not supposed to, but the first time the game makes it apparent, okay, you can actually fight him. They nerf him for that conversation. When he shows up in your camp in the mountain pass, he is wearing weaker armor. He is using a weaker sword that does not allow him access to all his features. He can't do his supreme Githyanki parry with his longsword the way he can with his greatsword. And his longsword is not a +3. Am I not a fan of two-handed weapons in BG3? It depends on the weapon. Some of them I'm a big fan. Just depends. What gives you the impression that I'm not a fan? Out of curiosity. Raddus Baddus, praise be.
What was that watchword? Lux Splendor? But what does it mean?
A comment? So, that was not about the two-handed weapons. That was about the idea of ranking things or putting things into tier lists. I find formats like tier lists, like top 10 ranks,
Steel mold.
it's content slop because it doesn't leave any room for nuance, explanation, or situational value. So, like, the same way I'll yap for 20-30 minutes about, like, what came out of one chat message. Those content formats are the opposite. You get no additional information. Arcane Trickster Pad, Q Kaylee, yeah. Mention boss humanoid, how does that specifically affect things? There is an item in Act 2, the Surgeon Subjugation Amulet, that allows you to just paralyze a humanoid if you crit them. 2 turns paralysis, they don't get to make a saving throw. If you are able to crit them, you're able to just paralyze them. And because he is not only a humanoid, but a humanoid with low HP, he doesn't survive if you start critting him. Maybe it has something to do with my unending disdain for Giant Slayer. If Giant Slayer didn't want me to shit on it, it would be a better weapon. I don't know what to tell you. Like, it could maybe try to be as good as the other +3 legendary greatsword in its map, or maybe be as good as the downgrade to that greatsword, or maybe be as good as the downgrade to the downgrade to the greatsword. Like, maybe it could just be a weapon worth carrying in your inventory, and then I would have fewer things to say about it. But I don't know, that hasn't happened yet. Batara somehow recovers right out of paralyzing critical, even if he only shoots at the beginning of his turn. Not every time, super inconsistent, had to knock him prone first. That's interesting. There are things that are generally better if you want to play without getting complicated than there's min-max every fight. To a degree, that's true. I made that point earlier when talking about the specific example I gave is the Titan String Bow. The Titan String Bow is a weapon that is so blatant in its power, even though it has situations where it is not leader of its category. It ticks so many boxes in so many situations that we just call it good, right? Because it's very, very good. But there are things that are situationally completely worthless, and then there is situationally absolutely game-breaking things. And in content formats like tier lists, you do not get appropriate information on which is which from most people. You know, it's jump combo you have, so something that's OP. It's just having good strength and access to jump. Druids, sorcerers, rangers, warlocks all get access to this spell. Just spammable. You can just do that. What would I do to bring it in line with the other two-handed choices? Baldur's Giant Slayer? more damage. If it's gonna be, hey, I do damage, make it actually do more damage than other things. Things as well, right? What about them? This is just throw damage. This is just movement speed. I don't need movement speed to jump around outside of combat like this. I am simply jumping. That's it. Build another brain with Baldur's Shine Slayer once I threw it at it. The restrictions on the jump spell from Darius Rings, it'd be used like the light ring from Bernard. Once per short rest. Bastion.
Need to find a way forward. It feels like my magic is getting.
Hey, fix Giant Slayer, make it a spear. Yeah, make it either piercing damage or bludgeoning damage. Actually, make it any other damage type than what it is, actually. Like, if you make it piercing, easy vault. Make it bludgeoning, easy vault. Make it psychic, easy vault. Make it force, easy vault. Make it thunder, easy vault. Make it cold, easy vault. Make it lightning, easy vault. Make it fire, easy vault. You could make it anything except for, like, I guess Radiant or Necrotic. But Radiant and Necrotic have favorable gear interactions, so fuck it. Make it that. That'll also give it a unique role that no other weapon fills. So literally change its damage type to anything else. That's so funny.
Better be cautious.
Like after knowing this, the weapon just got worse. Somehow? What, you didn't know that Baldur's Giant Slayer does less damage than a non-magical pike?
On my way.
You didn't know that Eridan's Great Club does more damage than Baldur's Giant Slayer? And we can't go with the, but Quag, that's with investment argument. It's a fucking Act 3 weapon. You have the investment. Don't fuck with me.
Can't slow down.
One good crit with Ratbat opens way too many eyes at how bad Baldur's is. Yeah, like Ratbat's a demon. Figured out Shara Spear is stupid bullshit. Thought 3 darks was 2 turns. No. They nerfed the NPC Sharans from 10 to 2. The one from the Spear has always been 10. Spear of Evening's broken. Gated behind some of the most secretive encounters in the game. No way, it's bad, right? Right? Yeah. Right. You're so right. Giant Slayer exists in the same game as Ratbat, and one is available in Entire Act earlier, but also Silver Sword in the Astral Plane, whether you get it in Act 1 or in Act 3, either way, it's earlier than Baldur's Giant Slayer and it's stronger. And then, again, the 2 downgrades to the Silver Sword of the Astral Plane, that being the Soulbreaker Greatsword from Kithrak Therazin in the Kresh, that's also better. And then The greatsword that Bertha drops, the Githyanki you fight in Act 1, if you kill her, that's also better. You know what else is better than Giant Slayer? Twisting Branch. Yeah, I mean, if we start going out of two-handers, it gets even more vile. Maybe it was a troll, big flashy, giant slaying sword. Now it'll be shit. Pick the rat bag good, though. The thing with it, Eve, is like... This is my optimizer build crafter bias showing. Me calling it shit compared to other things is, you know, the lengthier explanation would be for the level of power you can get in that weapon slot by the time you get it, it's worse than other things, but it's still stronger than what the game requires. Like, that's a lot of words for saying it's still worse than most other things, but you don't need a good weapon to do well. So like casual players love it because they see the color, right? They see gold item cards. They're like, ooh, it came from Big Dragon. You don't fight too many dragons in the game. So like with a lot of game mechanics, it's vibes at the end of the day. That's why it gets glazed so much. But I am particularly forceful about shitting on that disaster of a weapon from the challenge running perspective because of how many times it gets brought up as like, oh, this is such a good weapon. Why don't you use it? It's like, yeah, because it's not a good weapon. About coding error or whatever. I mean, we don't know that it is. Larian specifically made the decision that not all item cards tell you everything the items do. We don't know if it's an error or not. We do know that, yeah, Ratbat's bonus effect is unlisted, but we don't know that that's unintentional, right? Ratbat extra damage absolutely makes sense given what it is, doubtfully unintentional. I would say the most reasonable thing would be to just make it show up on the card. Because, yeah, it makes total sense that the nail bat has bonus piercing damage. As I'm replanning the Scorching Ray Evo Wizard run, realize most damage boosting gears in Act 3 are recall correctly, only relevant ones are obtainable in Act 1 and 2 are Callous Glow, Thermal Arcanic Gloves, arguably Fire, Arcanic Acuity Hat. Am I missing something? Spell Sparkler. Spell Sparkler is great. Valor Aloof are applicable there. Daredevil Gloves allow you to make Scorching Ray as a melee attack, which means you could do Magic Club if you wanted to. But also it allows you to make the attacks accurately if you're being threatened. I'll be sticking with Water Bottle, Lightning Bolt pre-Act 3. Situational, like with everything. Even though they intentionally left things off the cards. Another example off the top of my head. I don't believe Blood of Lathander tells you anywhere that its light is a daylight. And that is mechanically impactful. Not be a DRF was on the card. They don't tell you that Psionic Overload applies to instances individually. And we know it's a doesn't show on the card kind of bonus. Like, they don't apply that information. There. Like, descriptions in this game don't tell you everything that everything does. I'm not going to get into the weeds on whether Ratbat's intentional or not. Like, I am more towards the side that it is, but I do think that it's totally valid to dislike that the information we're being given is either incomplete or inaccurate. Things should, if not do what they say they do, they should read how they act. Until today, I thought Sunbeam applies some kind of daylight effect in Cazador when you hit. Apparently, it's Lathander or and yourself concentrating. Yeah, I knew that. That's why I've been using Sunbeam on Cazador for a while. You become a daylight source while you're concentrating. American Mask's kind of mysterious. Yeah. American Mask doesn't tell you what it does until you equip it and are standing next to someone else who's wearing one, but you can kind of intuit what it does. I did for dinner, get ready for the airport. Good luck with the rest of the stream. Have a good dinner, Danny. Thank you for hanging out. Safe trip, all that. Talk to you at some point, but yeah, thank you. Later, Sanguine. Would they intentionally do that? Because for some people, there is enjoyment to discovering how things work organically. Like, if you look at, looter players, it's a hugely divisive topic over there, but, like, some people, they want their unique items to not tell them what they do so that they can pick it up, use it, and then figure it out. Some people are like, why the fuck would you do that when I have to go out, figure out how to get that item, and then it may or may not be worth my time, so my best option is to go outside of the game, find a resource made by someone who did waste their time, and then see if it's worth my time? Like, that's stupid. And I don't think either of those perspectives is necessarily wrong. It's an individual thing. I shouldn't fight these methods yet. I should get crit immunity. Self-control one out. Makes me think it's an error. There are other items that don't work in the intended negative way, like Sunwalker's Gift. Game's just messed up. There are absolutely things that are messed up negatively. There are also things that are messed up positively. There are things that are just messed up weirdly. Game development is hard, and there's a lot of buggy shit that we know about, and I'm sure there's a bunch that we don't. But I don't think we can easily determine developer intention a lot of the time. Remnant 2 and its loot system? Yeah, Sinja. I still can't decide if I view Remnant 2 favorably or not in hindsight, because, like, I enjoyed the first couple months of it. DLCs 1 and 2 were so ass. Or sorry, DLC 1 was so ass. 2, did they do 2 or 3? The one that had Alepsis Tora was bad, and then it got good. But the first one was so ass, and then no, that was the third one. Yeah, they did 3 because it was the King, then it was Lydusa, and then it was Alepsis Tora. Yeah, the first 2 DLCs horrible. Like, you're gonna make a Souls-like shooter, a sequel to your successful Souls-like shooter that the boss design was like one of the biggest selling points, right? You're gonna go all in on the build crafting angle, just add an absurd amount of items, but then you're gonna make most of the bosses actively shit for most of the items. Then you're gonna put in a boss rush mode that should give the game a bunch of longevity, but you have no way of filtering out the terrible bosses, so it makes the bad boss design stick out more. And like, I want to like that game so bad. Remnant from the Ashes was fantastic. Remnant 2 could have been great, but they just kind of egregiously shat the bed on a bunch of bosses, and I still am getting over that 2 years later. Ow. Little like one of my TTRPG sessions. You find a ring. Cool. What does it do? You don't know. Yeah, Pink Panther. Some people are like, oh, I'm eager to find out. Other people are like, what do you mean? What do you mean? You told me I got a ring. Rings are for doing things. Give me info. It's an individual thing.
That's curious.
Very ranty today, but you guys have been fun. So thank you for the good conversation topics. Why am I lockpicking? That's how you know I'm zoned out. I have a slashing weapon? I have a slashing weapon I'm proficient with. Yes. Never understood why they needed to make the Kingdom the First DLC the tallest fucking imaginable to distract from him having almost no fight mechanics. Like that fight was fine. Hey, at least that guy's not Lydusa. I'd rather have a fourth DLC to that game where we do nothing but polish the king's knob for 2 full hours in excruciating detail with like ASMR narration by the dev team, but only in one of your ears, and also it was done on the worst microphone imaginable, so it's just half fry, half static, all disgusting. I would rather have a DLC of that than fight Lydusa one more time in my entire fucking life. I was like, you two fought on APOC? I only play APOC. But yeah. Why she describes themselves in such a way. I get descriptive when I'm crashing out, Eve. It's just the thing that I do. You can just hear Tyler once screaming to his webcam mic. Yeah, throw that in.
Bet that will fit in my pack. Seems simple enough. Seems like the owner was quite the literary type.
I came to the tower for a reason, and I already forgot what that reason was. I think that was stored in the brain cell that I killed with the anger at Lydusa. Just in that one specifically. I'll figure it out eventually.
I sense magic.
Enjoyed the stream, learned a lot as always. Thanks. Have a good one, Lazarus. Hey, Roxy. How are you? Sorry to clip that. Oh. Oh. Uh-oh. All is fucking imaginable to distract from him having almost no fight mechanics. Like that fight was fine. Hey, at least that guy's not Lydusa. I'd rather have a fourth DLC to that game where we do nothing but polish the king's knob for 2 full hours in excruciating detail with like ASMR narration by the dev team, but only in one of your ears, and also it was done on the worst microphone imaginable. So it's just half fry, half static, all disgusting. I would rather have a DLC of that than fight Lydusa one more time in my entire fucking life. Yeah, I stand by it. I stand by it. That guy's right. That guy's spitting. What's the ASMR topic, though? I feel like it's just a play-by-play, you know? Of the servicing of the king. But probably just with a slight degree of hesitancy, like a little bit confused, a little bit uncertain what's happening. Like, they definitely have no experience narrating anything. They're just stumbling through it. They're like, oh yeah, he sure is that a vein? Oh shit, we're supposed to be. Is that a vein? They appear to be sweating. You know, just very not good at it. No, that's what I'm thinking, Sabonis. They got hired to narrate something, they didn't know what, now they're being paid and can't say no. But they have no voice acting training. Hey DB Wheels, how you doing? Gotta make sure to read the cipher here. I think I can't dig to the truth in game sources due to lack of understanding Minthara's armor, which one used for stealthy reference. Likes to an object, doesn't even give advantage on con saves. And things like that point out to me that to get, like, a working game out the door, they probably had to take a lot of weird shortcuts, or maybe not had to, but they just did. Like, I remember when Nazator was figuring out why bombs multi-bomb, in some way was like, okay, they used Fireball as, like, the blueprint for everything that explodes. So, like, it can all be traced back. If I'm remembering correctly what he said, this was like a year ago.
The skin light off its lays.
Are these Gith Yankee markings? Lae'zel might know.
One of the previous streams, I noticed he looted a few high-level rare scrolls from Gith bodies in Astral Plane. How does it work? The Astral Prism is Act 3 as far as scroll loot is concerned. And in Act 3, you can find any level spell scroll from any source. Even if your character is level 1. That's it. In a game this complicated, you take a lot of systematic liberties like that, undoubtedly. And it takes a lot of unraveling of the game's systems to even see things like that have happened.
You know these words.
Other than lighting charges, are there other things worth using with bombs? Fire surfaces, Cloud of Daggers, Callous Glow Ring, and Illumination, Orin's Clothes, Cazador's Dagger, applying Force Vulnerability,
Chairleg can make for a fine weapon.
giving the target worse dexterity saving throws, making sure to have high ground.
Room lit up. Must have been linked to that button.
Fire surface is illumination. True. True, true, true. How am I doing? Like, health-wise, the ups and downs. I'm forcing myself to have a more positive outlook on that lately, so I'm trying to, like, manifest. You know, it sucks feeling like shit about feeling like shit, so I've decided to stop feeling like shit about feeling like shit. I still feel like shit, but I feel less like shit about feeling like shit. Does that make sense? So I got that going. And we're all dealing with the same state of the world stuff. We live in interesting times. But other than that, I can't complain personally. Hope you've been well. Proud of you? Thank you. That helps.
What could they accomplish? Welcome back. I do enjoy a good bargain. If anything in my private collection is to your liking.
I should buy this Blight Scroll. I kind of have money. Thing is, I won't if I continue to buy scrolls like that. Because if I buy the scroll now, I will use it on something stupid. I shouldn't buy it now. I should bag it and then not have it. I am me-proofing my shopping right now. It's like how, you know how you shouldn't shop when you're hungry? Because then you'll just buy a bunch of food that you shouldn't have? That's this. Reason I don't buy junk food. Unfortunately, price of food means I consume more junk food as of late than I'm comfortable. Game has a lot of description item card problems. We have rule of thumb that things not going on the card are more DRS usable. Yeah, in general, that's true. I believe that's related with how different damage riders are implemented internally. Rapat's DRS usable features not being on the cards in line with observations. Not in line with intent of card descriptions, but in line with behavior. And in a perfect world, intent and behavior would be closer together than they are. And, of course, individuals differ on whether we should go more towards behavior or intent. And there's no wrong answer.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
We'll be clear. No point in
But the reality is that intent and behavior are often not in the same place with descriptions of effects in this game.
Have I got everything then?
Like, I'm trying to think of an example that's, like, detrimental. So with Stars Druid Starry form, Wraiths in the Shadow Curse lands used to temporarily turn it off when they got close to you, which made sense, because the way Starry form works, it's a light source, and any light source that's weaker than a Moon Lantern or Daylight, and even with Daylight that isn't from the Blood of Lathander, Wraiths will suppress it. They will turn it off, and then it'll, depending on the strength of the light, it'll turn back on once the Wraith is no longer there. And that's how Starry Form worked. Until they hotfixed it. Because Larian was like, actually, it's not supposed to work that way. But it's like, but why? That's how a bunch of other stuff works. So if that's not supposed to, then what else? So it's like, okay, intent versus behavior. I assumed that the intent was the previous behavior, but it wasn't. Because they made that change. Makes shiny weapon with permanent light lose light. Mm-hmm. Shining Staver of Skulls. Yeah, that one. We assumed that the crawling claws that do necrotic damage even when they miss, well, they used to do necrotic damage even when they miss. They hotfixed that recently to now they have to hit you to hit you. And like, logically, okay, things have to hit you to damage you. But there's a bunch of things in the game that don't act that way, and we collectively, as challenge runners, assumed that those were intentional decisions. Your gear is one of those, the Strange Ox is one of those, the Crawling Claws were in that category too. But they removed that from the Crawling Claws, and it's like, okay, but why? So it is very hard to determine developer intent with things in this game. Because we can notice a trend, notice a pattern, and then at any time they could be like, that was a bug. For the longest time, I thought that the goblins in that first fight where Will does his superhero entrance, I thought that them not having Fury of the Small was Larian throwing players a bone at a part in the game when mitigating the incoming damage of Fury of the Small would be a really big deal. And then they patched in Fury of the Small on all of those goblins that I was like, oh, I guess I'll eat shit then. Yeah, the leap of faith thing. Didn't even know Fury of the Small was a thing. Gotta use that inspect feature. Reading is your best friend in this game. Even after this discussion, this lengthy discussion of all the things that do not work as they say they do, even in spite of that, reading is still a huge boon in this game. Guess you learned a lot of your 60 plus playthroughs. That too, yeah. I love telling people about this community. It makes me happy. It's so awesome. Yeah, it's good vibes, Roxy. For sure. A lot of you have seen people who have watched me when my content was not BG3 asking if I would be playing certain other things as they come out, and part of why it's just been a hard no is I have no desire to go back to communities not as good as this one. Like, now that I know how good I can have it, nope. I'm good.
So many minds connected. What could they accomplish?
Yeah, let's do Survival Instinct. I didn't really want to lose my symbiotic entity right now, but I both my short rest.
Welcome back. Have you made any new... Michael, it's curious to truly
Are you looking to have it extracted?
See, this camera angle from inside of my character's head is actually intended. It's supposed to symbolize the story of, like, you're really trying to put yourself in your character's shoes in an uncomfortable situation, and sometimes an uncomfortable situation, it looks a little bit ugly.
Open your mind to me.
Me when I lie on the internet.
As a man, it feels.
This, but the lava is it no, and even without the shield, it. But not to worry. The design of. Oh, there may be a way, but Timusks cause confusion. You must drink the entire draft. I can make no promises.
The potion.
Not as the potion.
The world loses its edges.
Legitimately questioning if I want to play
final
BL4
boundaries.
unreleased, much as I love the other games where it's lost some where it's come from, and most importantly, other games know their content interests me more. I feel bad about that, but it is what it is. I mean, you don't owe any intellectual property loyalty. If the newest release in an entertainment franchise is not something that you would be entertained by consuming with your limited time, don't do that.
Fear pierces your mind like knives of
You don't owe
ice.
anyone anything.
The parasite digs deeper, as if it needs to hollow
Except,
out your
you owe
skull.
yourself valuing your time appropriately.
The cold, the pits, the parasite.
That lava is like nothing I have ever observed before. Such an outcome. I would offer it as a gift, but in truth,
I'm going through these dialogues. I'll catch up with chat in a moment. Hope you rolled good.
Of course.
Druid having guidance resistance. It's so good. Serious question. I get not streaming that certain other thing to simply playing that certain other off-stream subject to discouraging effects of that community. It's one of those things where
But at such an accelerated
I
rate.
would have to, if I had an interest in playing that, which I don't, to be clear, I would have to, like, play on an alt so that people don't see me playing it and assume that I'm going to do, like, build crafting and manage community resources and shit like I've done for previous things. It's like, I just, aside from not having interest in the community, I value my time more for other things, and then also, I don't really have an interest in the game, man. It's like, I don't care. In a community that's competitive can get toxic real fast. That's true, but that's not even the kind of toxicity I'm referring to. But you're not wrong. Is Bestow Curse ever worth it? Feels so underwhelming compared to other options. It's pretty competitive. Like, third level spells are very... There's some that are super duper strong, Evil Genius Panda, and I don't think Bestow Curse is one of them. Like, you could definitely create a situation where Bestow Curse has some sort of interesting use case, but ultimately for anything... For anything you want Bestow Curse to do, there's just something else that does it better, and often for a cheaper spell slot. So it's one of those spells that I don't really click. I'm open to the idea of it having some use cases that I haven't considered, but like, if you're trying to deny an enemy actions, there's lots of spells that do that. Some of them don't even require concentration, the way Bestow Curse does. Some of them do it while having the enemy roll fewer saving throws. Some of them do it with a first or second level spell slot instead of a third. Like, it's a hard spell to justify use of. And then if your goal isn't necessarily crowd controlling the enemy, but just removing a threat, well, damage dealing spells in third level that are not named Fireball are monstrous. You got Spirit Guardians for weaponizing your movement speed. You've got Lightning Bolts and Call Lightning, especially with how easy it is to apply Vuln to those damage types. You have Upcasting Moonbeam from 2nd level to 3rd level, Upcasting Heat Metal from 2nd level to 3rd level. Like, you got Upcasting Scorching Ray from 2nd level to 3rd level. Upcasting Guiding Bolt and Inflict Wounds from 1st level to 3rd level. You got a lot of choices. So it can be very hard to justify stepping outside of those well-established options. But I like the idea of going, I hate using the term meta, but off-meta, so to speak.
Perhaps, but at such an accelerated rate.
I'd expect it to have some niche environmental use we've not found yet. I think Slim X, I'm not familiar, would have a video on that already. Maybe it's one of those things. Like, sometimes a game will be out for a while, and there's something that's been there the whole time that people just haven't looked into.
No point in lingering now. I've got
Like, again, it took until last week for me to start viewing Viconia's robes as not trash. It's another example. The Enthrall spell, really useful. Extremely useful. It's just, I don't play in a party, and I'm rarely playing a class that gets it. So, I have never clicked it on stream, I don't think. But it's actually really good. Yeah, who would ever use Counter Charm? Counter Charm, great example. The demon itself. Please stop. Exile's traumatized for being the one that made me click Counter Charm. And then, inside of 10 seconds, I was like, oh, that's broken, actually. And we entered the golden age of Counter Charm is good, actually.
This must be the forge. What a sight to
Slim takes deep dives through game scripts and makes video about niche scenarios, among other things. Titles like 8 rare dialogues most BGT players have ever seen. Oh, so probably popped up in my feed. Got some useful info on our Discord. Oh, that's a good vouch. I will, next time their name crosses my feed, I'll actually take a watch. You know how much slop is out there. It's sometimes hard to discern. Remember that mystery button House of Grief? Oh, that's who figured that out for us? That's cool. Gonna use Hammer Trick here. I don't actually have, like, a fast way of doing this right now. Blurg, do you have Magic Missile?
My species receive.
Welcome back. I do enjoy a good bargain. If anything in my private collection...
If Blurg has 3 Magic Missiles, I'll do that. Blurg doesn't have any Magic Missile. I mean, I guess Scorching Ray works. Probably not well, though. I'll check other vendors. I kind of forgot I don't have Minor Illusion. And I'm not really in a particularly potent throwing build. Not that Spore Druid is bad at that, Spore Druid is very good at that, just that's not really relevant to the current task.
That took the edge off.
This is a 20 already? Yeah, 4 times Druid level. Oops. Symbiotic Entity's fucked up, man. Like, having it alongside Refreshed, I have 73 effective HP right now. Oh, sorry, 76. Pretty good. So yeah, I could actually take a crit from Grim and live.
Need anything else?
There's one. Check row, I guess. Hate having to jump up the cliff. Wish there's an easier way, like a gate. You sound crazy right now, Say. There's never been a gate there. You're seeing things.
Let's see.
Bloody racking.
So much faster. The reason I'm jumping is to avoid the exploration spot. That's why I revived and killed Will in that specific sequence.
Need something else?
XP positive. To, not use the door like a normal person. Now there's the magic missile scroll. It's fine, I'll do it.
Play.
Do we need to be level 10 for the gate to appear? That's what I've heard. Level 11 in some runs. Need a mod that highlights XP spots in lava? I would use it. You want to avoid the exploration? Yes. Exploration XP is the only kind of XP that scales with character level. So the later I grab it, the more XP I get from it. So, depending on the rule set of the run, like in a region lock run, for example, you want to save as many of the spots in this map as possible for level 7, because we don't currently have a good XP route to hit level 8 before the next map, so level 7 is the longest you delay them, then you grab them all. You try to get all the exploration spots in the mountain pass in a region lock at level 8, because we don't currently have a route that gets you level 9 there. And then in the Shadow Curse lands, you try to grab them at 9 or 10 in region lock, depending on what's feasible, depending on what you have to do. It's possible to save them for 11 if you're extremely precise. But in non-region lock, you can try to save as many as you want for levels 11 or 10, depending on what XP threshold you're trying to hit by the time you start losing access to maps in the Act 2 finale. It might sound like a lot of legwork, and it is, and it's not something you ever need to do, but it's the difference between, like, about 10,000 XP across the run. And that's good. Alright, I've done this fucking once before. I've watched Say do it several times, but I've done it once. So this'll be something. I gotta grab the ore still.
That's a friendly-looking shadow.
Risk mitigation for honor mode run, basically. To some extent. I do like that way of looking at it. Basically, the more you optimize your XP, the more able you are to have a higher level of power for more of your run. And that does come down to risk mitigation in a roundabout way. But it's having more of your power for more of the game. If you're less comfortable, having more levels can help you be safer. But it's more like, you'll see players will sometimes dismiss higher level features. They'll be like, oh, you get that late in the game. Like, I've had people say that about level 10 features. It's like, that's Act 3. It's like, no, that's like the middle of Act 2 for me, man. That's like, I start cleaning up the 5 boss fights I have left at the end of Act 2 when I'm halfway through level 10. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Being 11 for Merkle fight is a huge step from 10, still not enough for me to invest time and brain power into getting it. Yeah, it's not something you need, because as we all know pretty well here, strategy matters more than level. Sometimes a level is part of a strategy. But strategy matters more. Like for my no-hit run, I needed to make sure that I was level 8 for Merkle. It was possible for me not to get that XP. I needed to make sure I was level 8 because I needed the feat, the Weapon Master feat, to be proficient with the weapon I needed to use for that fight. So I had to have that level. That's not a hard benchmark to hit for that point in the game, but that's an example of like, okay, you might need this at this point in the game, so having XP optimization under your belt helps you do that. Make the shield. I will have to talk myself out of making the splint. That's going to be difficult. I'm not proficient with it, but I want to make it anyway, in case I become proficient with it. And that's stupid. I shouldn't do that. I need to stop making adamantine splint. It's been 2 runs since I made it, and I'm getting withdrawals. Crazy, on my first playthrough, I was like level 6 when I first fought your gear. And I don't even enter the Shadowlands before 7. Yeah, I'm usually 6 or 7 when I go there, but I'm also doing that, skipping the mountain pass until a lot later. Okay, well, we can discuss the adamantine split problem here in a bit. First, make the adamantine split. What's the plan? I think I heard Say mention. I'm gonna do magic missiles stuff. I'm going to do it wearing metal armor because I'm stupid. But like, what are they gonna do? Kill me? Middle of the mold thingy? Yeah, thank you. Right there's fine, right? I think he's too close to this side. But we'll see. Like, first bomb war should be good, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, this is the spot.
As if my hands weren't full already.
Therapy. Doing the grim fight? I mean, you could call it that. You could certainly call it that. Terrible hammer rolls. Yeah, thanks, Say. Have a lot of fun playing with my friend at the moment, trying to get her the piss dice support stack. Nice. I want to do something fun to Metal Armor. I got scared. I got scared. My last death was to methods using heat metal, and I was just like, maybe let's not do that again. Would you like to see a clip of how we're getting on? Sure. For a second, I thought the reason why I'm laughing is was my death clip was relevant. I thought you were asking if I want to see my own death clip. I'm like, oh, fine. That's an link? Yeah, sure. Thanks for showing off to more people. Absolutely. Those who don't know, and you could find this on Say's YouTube channel. This is a Grim strat that you can do reliably with any character. Doesn't require any specific gear. Doesn't require winning initiative even. You can just do it.
I'm exhausted. Better find somewhere to camp soon.
You know, if you're not playing that way, you are wrong.
Confused right now.
Yeah, no, that everything is normal in that clip. Singing, by the way, amazing. Oh, but yeah, this is a fully consistent Grim strat that you can do on the platform. Even on a level 1 character wearing no gear. And this is one of many reasons why I do not think that viewing the game as anything other than a series of puzzles to be solved is in your best interest of having good mechanical knowledge, because this fight is a puzzle. Whether you are standing on the platform, whether you're standing up here, whether you're standing up here, whether you're actually punching the boss in the fight, you are just choosing for a different solution to the same puzzle. And that's part of what I love about this game. It's all problems to be solved. I don't use this strat particularly often because I'm usually content to just sit up top and use minor illusion, but this is flashy and accessible. I don't know who invented it. This is Say strat, yeah. Friend accidentally hammered me, it was a bit awkward. That happened to me once in college, yeah. Oh, you mean... Oh. Oh.
Just have a few.
You know, I'm gonna be more toxic about this just because I can. We disrespect methods here. You can create most summons without breaking hiding, so if you want to spawn in the methods there, just spawn a flaming sphere, which only exists as long as your concentration's active, and just break your concentration immediately. Available in scroll form, also available even at level 1. It's a good solution for this. Let's use Titan String Bow. I'm not proficient with it, I don't need to be. We're just going why I like it. Yeah, they wouldn't have been able to do anything to it, but I wanted the combat to end. So if I get dragged in, I'm guaranteed my turn. Why not let it tank? Because I want to do it myself. But Flaming Sphere, on topic, is fantastical spell because it has so many immunities and resistances.
Fall by my hand.
Place in Act 2? I'm in Act 1 right now, sure. Never considered Flaming Spheres on Summon on Concentration Break and Upside. It's so interesting turning downsides into upsides. I kind of fixate on that a little bit. Like, I will be casting Heat Metal on myself in this run, at least a little bit. And that's something that a lot of people probably haven't thought to do. They can't really do much to me here. Question what I want to do though. Ooh. Ooh. You can really find his tools for free. The love of the game, you know? Not all of them were in combat. Great shot. Come on up. Is this effective? No. It's funny.
Out of sight, out of mind.
No
Like, it's funny is a really good reason to do a thing. Yeah, I'm with you.
Just be on my way. Don't mind if I do.
When everything's strong enough to beat the game, you min-max fun or suffering. And which is a matter of perspective. I do like this kill count mod. That's been very fun. That might be a permanent fixture. $2,000 XP health level 6. Starting to get a little bit tired. Yeah, you know, I think that's a good stopping point. Said I'd do another hour about an hour 40 ago. I wonder what the max kill count in game is. It's a good question. We ended up having a little shy of 2,500 in my previous run. Only recently started putting Call the Weak Psychic AoE to kill small creatures, and it's funny. I think people using that is why they think Call the Weak is like this broken thing and tadpole powers are cheating. I think it's just because, like, the idea of being able to mow down weak packs like that. A murder hobo in that run. I did kill about 1,200 zombies. So, my standard gameplay plus that. Doesn't trigger Call the Weak, so it's not that good, but throwing a dead rat at more rats make it explode to Call the Weak AoE. This is another thing Rat Bat does well. If you kill someone with Rat Bat, Call the Weak triggers twice. Incredibly common Rat Bat W. No way? Yep. I don't do another run as a Githyanki Tempest Cleric of Black. It's gonna romance Will. Oh, I romanced Will on my previous run. And we got to ask the Blade what he can do with his weapon. When I claim the legendary Rat Bat, it is just chilling, leaning up against the bar next to Fizzlebald Thorm in Act 2 in the Waning Moon. When's the next Omega Cheese Bully the Game run? I mean, we did over 1,100 damage to Raphael in one attack on the previous run. Does that not count? I think that one counts. Summon Connor to battle next to enemy, give psychic vulnerability to enemy and magic missile. Connor for multiple Call the Weak explosions. Connor stays winning. Or losing, I guess, from his POV, but winning for us. It should work, but I never tried. That definitely will work, yeah. Alright, I'm gonna end stream. I'm looking for someone to raid right now. Who's on? Let's raid CZ. Last run, something I can reference how you built it. There's the VODs channel. Here's the clip of the Raphael kill. I opened my inventory a couple times so you can see my classes and gear and stuff. There you go, some reference points. I'd be happy to explain another time. Repeat. I'm just I'm getting tired. My brain's turning to soup. So yeah, let's raid. I said we were raiding CT, right? Yeah, let's do that. if you got my emotes, feel free to copy the raid message. Jiggle for Seedsy. He's doing duo honor with a friend. They're playing as Lae'zel and Gale. So go in, drop a follow both channels, support. Seedsy's super chill, very knowledgeable for Pokemon challenge running. Getting into BG3 challenge running, you probably saw him here in the chat earlier. Very, very nice streamer. So definitely support. Tomorrow's my scheduled day off. I don't stream Sundays. I will be back on Monday around 10:30 a.m. Eastern time. Hey, Hot Sauce. Answer is no. But yeah, that's it. I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye.